last we left off, been a while since I said that, fresh out of breaking Riley out of Black Harbor Prison, you all decided to split off for the time. Not only to let the sort of inevitable heat of his escape die down, but also allow yourself some reprieve of your own, handle your own business. And you all, more or less, went home for a bit to recuperate, to relax, but also to check off anything that may be lingering, any tasks left undone on your own time. Keeping in touch somewhat with the use of the relaying rocks. One by one, you all had your own adventures, your own conversations, your own revelations. And with a final, almost exactly 1 year after, 1 year and change, you all more or less receive a message from Riley indicating his recent acquisition of a boat, and that he's in Gomad Harbor. Riley, you are at your second home, Gomad Harbor, the sea spears, all that good stuff. The early morning sun beginning to rise up, the clouds overhead as you're now in the month of storm. It's been...
That's his birth month. What day is it?
The 39th.
Okay, yeah, he's already turned 43 then.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple weeks so far, especially on the coast as the winds begin to pick up, as the waves begin to sort of go up further than they usually would throughout the rest of the year. But Gomad's built for it. It's not a huge concern, and the relative safety of the bay itself, sort of keeping the storms away, or just at least breaking it up before it actually reaches the town, does help. The clouds overcast. It is a kind of a chilly morning. You can see there's some frost gathering on whatever plants may be around, as the plants themselves are beginning to fade as the green turns to full brown at this point. Actually, most of the plants have begun to die down during the month of harvest. But after the full year, you've seen the whole cycle, and now the month of storm is upon you once again. What are you doing at this current moment?
I assume this is either just after or, some small, insignificant time after sending the message to, hey, come get me, we have a boat.
A couple days.
Couple days, okay.
We have a boat?
I know.
We have a boat?
Yeah, we got a boat. How big is my boat again? Because I know we spent, it took a year, essentially, to make lots of harvesting parts, lots of finding deals.
Yeah, it's by far the biggest boat. It's a ship. It's a whole ship that is bigger than anything that the town itself owns. But it's not the biggest ship you've seen. It is. Right. It's between a tiny little car and like a Humvee, like a truck. It's more or less like a kind of like a sedan. It's in between.
Okay, so it's like a small galleon, basically.
Yeah, it's not like some big sailing 3-sail warship, but it's not a dinghy either.
It's not. Yeah, no. So it's not quite. Yeah. Oh, it does have enough room for a crew.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's a crew, like a sizable crew too, like somewhere between depending on how tight of a ship you want, or how efficient they want to be, but between 20 to 40 souls.
Right. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot bigger than I thought, actually. And it has 2 ballistae, right? One on each side. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not like each person has individual rooms either. They just hang up like a hammock in a single deck, and they just sort of sleep there.
Right.
Very Obra Dinn style.
That's fine. It's just something for Riley to have once we have no need of the dragon again.
Yeah.
And for now, Riley's mission is to recover the missing legendary fish to power up his sword. So I don't know if there's any particular rush. He'd probably check in and try and receive like a divination from Gwina and see where that storm on the horizon is.
Make a religion check.
Oh, I don't have my thing open. Let's fix that. Doink.
Okay. You're trying to discern when the storm is coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Just not really even using the weather as like a benchmark. You're not actually tuning into your knowledge of weather systems and like what's going on in nature. You're straight up asking a god, what's the weather like? It's the weather app, more or less. And looking through the storm, it's less... the storm around you, the wind being picked up, it's less storm, more just pretty harsh weather. Nothing to be like too concerned about. It'll just be kind of unpleasant to be outside for a couple days. That's probably coming in the next couple hours, maybe at nighttime.
I feel as though you misunderstood my inquiry. Because when I was asking the Gwina, hey, how much time do we have before doing the break, I saw a clear horizon, but with a storm kind of looming. That's what I was looking for.
Okay. I thought you were talking about the literal storm that is...
Not the literal weather, no.
Okay. After checking the weather,
cool. Balmy 20 degrees, all right.
Yeah. Closer to like 1, but but tuning into the further vision, one you had a year ago, one that somewhat prompted the suggestion to sort of go your separate ways for some time because you felt you had time. The metaphorical storm, the one that's on the horizon, you sort of close your eyes, you try to go back to that endless ocean expanse, you in a boat, that warm, balmy breeze, but that storm in the horizon, and you are on the cusp. Not imminently, but you get the sense that Gwina is, as time has gone on, is beginning to become more uncomfortable, and has just this little tickling feeling in the back of your brain that you sort of share with her now, at least in this moment. That in the year that you were not relaxing, but gathering your wits about you, gathering power, gathering information, and just gathering yourselves, so have the forces that you're working against as well. And whatever they're doing, you get the sense something is on the horizon.
All right. Well, Riley will probably just, start loading the boat with his bearings. Maybe ask any of the sea spears if they want to accompany him, but not expecting any of them to say yes.
Yeah, you ask, well, it's one by one the sea spears, and Halibut Halabar, best friend, and
my boss now, evidently.
Your boss, yeah. It's CPU's always had like a casual relationship anyway, so it hasn't really changed much other than he just has more to do.
Right.
But yeah, you sort of ask and just sort of goes, well, it's a good ship. I'm not really a sailing person. I'm more of a swimming kind of guy. I'm fine in the shallows. Deep sea's kind of your thing.
Mm-hmm. I figured I'd extend the invitation anyway, just in case.
Maybe
but I kind of expect most people to say no.
Yeah, maybe my sunset years when I don't care if I live or die, I'll take you up on that offer.
Well, hopefully the old SS Averon is still around to, give you that experience.
Well, she's built from the best we had, so
it is
I'd be
true.
surprised if it was. So, where are you sailing to first?
I don't know if I'll be sailing first, but I have a few places I need to be, some fish I need to find, get my sword all powered up.
All right, the whole Gwina thing, God stuff. I've been Not to brag, I've been doing a tiny bit of prayer just to see if I can get in on that action. Hasn't
Well,
worked.
yeah, don't feel too bad. I'm a little bit of a special case. Not just in, being chosen, but I think it would blow your mind if I said anything too much more.
Well, I mean, last you came here a year ago, it's been nothing but surprises. So, yeah, I have no doubt.
Just keep it up. You'll see results eventually. Maybe a little small miracle here and there, and then I don't know. Gweena's power has waned over the last bit, so
Well, I'll keep trying. It's just a little small shrine, just fish stuff. I've placed on it occasionally.
it means more than you think it does. So, don't
I'm making good
falter.
progress. All right, well, I'll keep at it. You have bigger fish to fry, I imagine.
Yep, pretty much. Not that I don't enjoy my time here, but I've been sitting on my laurels for a year, and well, the results are pretty nice. But now it's time to go test them out.
Yeah, I mean, you're always kind of too big for the town anyway. Sights set pretty high.
Yeah, got to make sure this little town stays little, right?
That's true.
Make sure there's
stand
no
it if there's
more
more.
salt beings or anything of the like.
Well, you've handled your fair share of that too. The tentacle monster was pretty not cool, but it was fun watching you kill it.
Well, it was a bit rough without the rest of the Xodiacs. Usually that's a 4-man job.
Well, nothing you couldn't handle. Yeah, the Sea Spears don't want to go on the ship.
Yeah,
You can get a crew. There are a couple people in Gulmud, if you want, that you could hire on that are willing to go on the ship.
How much gold do I have? I spent almost all my gold on this fucking ship. I have still... Where the fuck is my gold? Ah, there it is. Oh, never mind. I still have tons. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna wait and see what the Xodiacs want to do before I, invite any actual crew members on.
Okay.
Just in case, we figure out where we're going first. If we have to hit up Thane again and expose them to a silent breath, I'm not really super okay with that, especially because I do need to go to Thane. I gotta find that shrimp.
That's true. You did leave the shrimp kicking around out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you're sort of just going through the day-to-day, the ship is complete. The SS Avaron, named after your mother, is in harbor and is currently being tended to, just being looked after, and it is a beautiful sight. Just seeing the what you can of the sun rising up, bouncing off the water, and just sort of illuminating your ship, your new ship. Hasn't seen salt water, the ocean yet, but you've no doubt that'll float. Okay, who is next?
Wizard.
Do we roll for it?
No, I mean, some of you will just be faster than others. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll just go in order. Chris.
Okay.
Where are you and what are you doing?
Yep, I'm just heading my way over to Golmud, so just walking there by foot.
Yep, just with your own two leggies. Unfortunately, the most objects you have that are attuned to certain locations for teleportation would have expired by now. So luckily, you managed to. What the fuck? The hell is that? I thought
That was
this
some
thing was.
computer noise somewhere.
Yeah, I thought I muted everything, but I guess not. I guess my computer unmuted
It's time to install updates, Simon. You better.
Literally, I think that's what it was. Yeah, it unmuted my tablet to tell me that I need to install updates. Yeah, you are walking with your own two leggies after having built a fairly sizable fortress after having made a bunch of stuff, made a bunch of spells. Well, one very fun one. Having your own little adventure off in the Granal Forest with, 3 adventurers enter, 1 adventurer leaves. But after all that, after all said and done, after accomplishing what you need to accomplish, you make your way to Gomez Harbor, where the call of Riley was made. And on the way, you can see the salty shores, the salvage everywhere on the beach, the small little gathering of trees that you use to hide Polaris on, and just a lot of salvage on the beach, though maybe less than before. And eventually, you do make it to the town. The ship-like buildings, everything's already salvaged, everything's scavenged, everything's cobbled together. Some buildings more than others. And everything just has a very ship-like aesthetic to it. What are you doing when you get to Gulmid? Just finding Riley or anything else?
Yeah, I'll probably look for Riley or the other Zodiacs at that point.
Yeah, as the morning begins to creep up, you try to find Riley, and you find it's easy enough. Riley's become more or less the local celebrity for the next year. And you get pointed towards the direction of the Sea Spears Gatherer, Sea Spears just Guild Hall, which you've been to once before. And there inside, you see Riley just getting ready for the day.
Does Riley look different?
A little bit different.
Yeah, that is something I forgot to do. Well, what? Yeah, if you look different, what do you look like?
His hair is a little bit longer, and it's kind of like you can almost notice it's like slightly kelp-like, but you blink and it's gone.
Yeah, you walk in, you think Riley may have dyed his hair, but his hair sort of like almost floating for a little bit, and you blink and it's just he's looks like Riley, maybe a little scruffier, but Riley. Chris, do you look any different?
Yep, there's a tiny bit of gold sparkling glints in my skin.
I wonder how you got this.
Just very, very slight. It's almost hard to notice unless Chris moves. And then the light reflects off of it.
Yeah, Riley, you watched your familiar-looking blue wizard walk in, as the sun sort of comes up from the east, you can see him reflect a little off, like kind of like a very miniature disco ball, and it's just like he's like some just blue glitter on him a little bit, and it's very faint.
So what? The knee pads weren't enough then?
Oh, the skin, yeah. I'll tell you all about it when everyone else comes.
Speaking of, you didn't hitch a ride on the dragon.
No. That was
I haven't.
Jana, I think.
Yeah, but you could have teleported back to it.
Oh, I did offer to pick people up.
I guess I could have, but I was close by, so I guess I just traveled here.
Oh, that's convenient. Well, still waiting for the others. If you want to take a gander at the old ship now, you can go ahead and do that. Just don't get fired anywhere near it. If she sinks, I will sink you.
You actually built one.
Well, yeah, I thought I made that clear to me message.
Did you is there weapons on it?
Yes. Why?
More the better.
I think the defense measures on the ship are adequate. Especially because, as its captain, I will be the strongest weapon.
Some sort of link between you and the ship.
Something what?
Some sort of link between you and the ship.
There's nothing. If we leave it out in the sea, it's going to stay there.
Oh.
But if you'll notice, and he'll point towards the two poles sticking out from the sides. Little footholds for a dragon. Might slow us down a wee bit, but we can bring this thing anywhere.
That's convenient. It's like some sort of carrier for our dragon.
Well, yeah, that's precisely what it was. You can thank Merrick for that suggestion. I had not considered it.
Oh, you were in contact with Merrick?
Yeah, I went and visited him and Gary in their shack before making my way here. They seem to be doing all right. Haven't spoken to them in almost a year, but I can't imagine their situation has changed much.
Oh, that's good. That's good. At least they're safe for now.
As far as I know. Well, as curious as I am about this, what did you say, Sag? I guess we'll wait for the rest of the group to gather, and then we'll, speak about what we've seen.
All right. Speaking of, the day wears on. A couple of hours pass. At this point, the town is in full swing. You see a lot of people going to the water, dredging up what they can. Sea spears classically just jumping straight in. Yeah, and Riley, you can help with that if you want to or not, or you can continue waiting for the rest of your party as you may depart.
Well, Riley was getting ready for the day, as you said, so he'll participate. Chris knows where he is, so can just come grab him whenever.
All right. Jana. Aboard Polaris with Antoine, with your various animal companions of Giorgio, with Flumph and Polaris himself, and a new friend is a figurative
We're
term.
still strangers.
You're not sure if this thing's even alive, as
I might have made an oopsie.
Maybe. As a similar construct that looks like air a little bit, but with an actual humanoid body, stands sentry inside Polaris. Throughout the whole time you've had it, it's only done what you've ever told it to do.
Can I command it be my friend?
It sort of just turns one glass lens, the only glowing blue piece of glass. What is considered maybe its eye just sort of rotates towards you, like on some sort of gyroscopic mechanism. The one that Era uses all the time, and just stares at you.
I think I fucked up. Okay. What happens next? Am I landing down?
You will be if it did, unless there's anything you'd like to do.
Unless I need to pick anyone up, I think I'm heading to Riley and Chris.
Okay. Yeah, and you've been here a couple times. You know the little patch of trees that is safe for Polaris to land in. Not dense, but far enough away from the town itself. It's just not to freak anyone out. As Polaris begins to touch down, some of the trees already broken from his previous ascent here, but no one seems to notice. No one really comes out this far from town, as you are currently parked. Just cluster all of you together. Yeah, as you touch down, you can feel the dragon house, rumble as the Polaris digs the claws in and just begins to squat down low to let the stairs descend off its body. Heading it down?
I would like to put Polaris in one of the balls.
This is a thing you can do now, yeah.
And then
As you dismount everybody. Antoine begins to follow you in as you begin to like suck a Polaris into a ball. He turns into just pure red energy and just gets sent into the ball itself. Any trace of some lingering dragon nowhere to be found, as you are the carrier of many creatures.
I imagine Jana and Antoine are looking like really tan, like their hair is longer.
Yeah.
Both wearing flip-flops.
Yeah. Antoine now has a variety of patterned shirts, like Hawaii, like floral shirts. Just very holiday looking wear. Like some Hawaiian shirts.
Perfect.
Sun hats, everything. Yeah, is everyone on the ball except Antoine?
We're heading into town. Giorgio's out.
Yes.
Fuck it. Giorgio's
Who's
out.
out?
You know what?
They've seen
Flume can
worse.
be out. Everyone's out except for the... I'm going to put the... not humanoid. What's the word you just used? I'm having
Construct?
trouble with construct. Thank you. The construct, in... Oh my gosh. I can't... I've been having trouble recalling things all day. Who was our friend? Our ball friend? Error. And Error's old ball.
Okay. Yeah, the space that used to be where Error used to hang out is now occupied with a maybe more complete but less expressive version of it, really. Yeah, a fully functioning Watcher unit. As you, Anduin, Giorgio, and Flume begin to just march into town. The town is seeing
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm taking it back, Simon. This thing is supposed to observe us. It will stay out of the ball. Everyone's just out except for Polaris.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have a whole Pokemon entourage now.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you are, just leading the pack. Antoine fairly close by your side as a black bear, a strange alien thing sucked on top of your head, and a whole metallic blue-black construct is just marching into town with you. As you do draw some stares, but you're not overtly dangerous looking, and some of the people recognize you anyway as just friends of Riley, so they just give you maybe a wider berth than normal, because they're in these strange menagerie you're bringing with you.
I'm level 18. Pick a fight with me. Go ahead. Do it.
Yeah, like they've seen what Riley can do. Like you travel with Riley, so it's like, yeah, no, they are smart enough to just for the time being at least just avoid contact with you. But no one gives you any shit. You do draw stares and glares, but no one's overtly hostile.
Alright. What's up, losers?
Yeah, as you find Riley currently out on a dock, and I don't know where Chris is, but probably nearby.
Yeah, I'm just wandering by, maybe looking at the seashells.
Yeah, Chris nearby on the beach. As the two of you just see Jana. Does Jana look any different? He's no longer hair, more tan.
Yeah, I think otherwise very similar.
Yeah, maybe a little more.
Maybe more
overcooked
relaxed.
Jana.
I don't know if relax is a word, but I feel like she's just been chilling for a while.
Yeah, just cucumbers over the eyes. Still don't know what that does. Yeah, you see, a little tanner Jana, longer hair, just a more aged, 1 year Jana, just living life. Laid back demeanor, followed by the classic party of Antoine, Giorgio, Flume, and a very familiar looking construct.
Did Error grow up?
No. I'll wait for Zero to get here to explain, but this is not error. It might have been my error to have done what I did.
Riley will hop out of the water and be like, "So this must be the thing you were talking about."
Yeah.
Why does it look like the thing that we fought in the ship?
Because there's like millions of these things on this planet. I don't know if millions, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. I learned a lot.
So that's like our realm, and there's still that many of them? Is this one hostile?
I want to explain this once. I'll wait till Zero's here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Riley's just gonna give it a look up down and be like, just on guard, I guess, considering, what his last encounter with them was like.
Yeah, and as you're looking at it, it makes no effort to do anything other than stand there. It doesn't even look at you, really.
Interesting.
Nice boat. Right. Nice boat, though.
Yeah. I hope we get some mileage out of it. Well, I say we specifically because I know I will get mileage out of it.
Whatever floats your boat.
Water does that.
All
right. Zero.
Hello.
You, having also gotten the call, relayed to you by Salif, as you do not technically have your relaying rock. You use your misdeeds over the last year, teleporting across most of the mainland and just taking stuff for your hometown, Fentu. Taking anything that they may need, may not need, but more or less single-handedly, you keep that town afloat. Just every day takes a couple things, a whole bag of Hollingsworth, and through that you do have stuff from various cities, and you teleport to Abethus and use your magic carpet, your flying carpet that you purchased from the Agnes a year ago for this specific purpose, and begin to fly to Golmud. It's a harsh fly, especially as the season begins to change. It is colder, not nearly as cold as Thane, but it is chilly, and especially as the wind gets a little strong sometimes, it begins to, without the protection of the house, the dragon house, or even Riley's hut, the wind does get to you a little bit, but you sort of bundle up and just head down, keep going. You too also arrive in Golmud. Just after a couple days travel, all happening simultaneously, you manage to navigate your way to Golmud, use of maps and everything. You can see the bay, you can see the ships, then you can see the town itself. Let's see here. I can use this token again, as the party is now all in one spot again. Yeah, but you're overhead the town, this sleepy little salvage town. New ship in harbor. You haven't seen it, but it could just be any other ship. What are you doing?
I can't stealth on my carpet, right?
It'll be difficult. It's just like there's not a whole lot to hide there, up there. Like you can hide your body, but there's still a magic carpet that is like visible if someone looks up.
Okay, I think like right outside the town, I'll drop down to the ground again, and I want to stealth through the town to the ship.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Make a stealth check. I don't think you need to, but you could. You don't need to, but you did anyway. Hey, you rolled above a 20 this time. Yeah, you managed to stealth through the town, and everything is more or less the same as always. Maybe the beach a little cleaner, but you go to that ship. It's a sizable sailing ship. It's a 2-sail sailing ship. Some modest ballista. It looks like it can house quite a bit. Like it's looks like it's meant for speed, if anything. Not exactly an expert on ship, but it's not like It's not like the nicest ship you've seen. It's also not the worst. It's a ship. It's a sizable ship. Look, the name, the SS Avaron.
Interesting.
Yeah, what you doing?
I guess I will send Isaac up ahead. I think right now he's just an owl, and I'll just have him look for the party because my perception is butthole, and I will stealth towards the ship, just looking for the group.
Okay. Make a perception check for Isaac.
It's I think 19.
Yeah. He spots him pretty quickly. Riley's out in the sea, and you see the classic sight of Chris, a little shinier than normal maybe, but like maybe that could just be a trick. And Jana currently just being accompanied by this Pokemon party. Yeah, you spot them just sort of on the dock, just hanging out, waiting as Riley's just working. As you're stealthing towards the ship.
Yeah, I wanna come up like on an angle where I'm like sneaking up behind Jana and Chris.
Okay. Yeah, without stealth check, I don't think anyone has a passive perception higher than that.
Even
yeah.
all my animals.
I think even all your animals, yeah. Like the
Mine's
passive
close,
perception.
but not quite.
Yeah, passive perception, not full perception. Just like
No, that's what
Y'all
I'm
can
saying.
Smell real good.
Yep. So like I think if he has advantage, he gets a +5 to his passive
have
perception.
advantage.
What's his passive perception?
His passive perception is. How do you find that out?
It's below your actual like ability scores, I believe.
Oh,
And your
17.
skills. So that'd be +5, so that'd be 22.
Mm-hmm.
So still lower than 29.
I tried.
You did try, and yeah, it's a good note actually. I kind of forgot about the advantage +5 passive perception. Georgia has pretty mean passive perception too. 0. You do manage to successfully sneak up behind not only Jana but also behind Answin, behind Giorgio, behind Flumph, and behind a metal construct.
I think when I see the construct, I'll hesitate just a little bit, but I'll sneak up behind the group until I'm just like kind of standing in the lineup with them.
Okay. As you sort of just appear in the conversation, just like, are you making your presence known, or are you just standing there?
I'm just gonna walk up and I will just take a spot right kind of behind them and just wait for them to notice, I guess.
Yeah, and with that passive perception, it takes a good couple of like a minute or so before eventually, yeah, Chris, you sort of just turn around, you see Zero just stood there next to Jana, sort of just joining in the menagerie that Jana's brought with him. Zero, do you look any different?
Yeah, I think last time everyone saw Zero, their hair had gotten pretty shaggy, and so by now, it's not like short, but it's like definitely like a clean, fresh cut. And maybe a few more scars here and there. Other than that, not really, no. I think they probably are dressed a bit more for the desert still, because they just teleported, but it's like a fresh set of desert clothes, if you will, like fabrics and just something a bit nicer than I think they originally came from Fintu with, but not much different now.
A little bit of a glow up. Yeah, it's Chris. You turn around and you see Zero stood there. They're just in, not necessarily decadent, but very nice, like silks and like cloths colored, but also in somewhat could be covered by just like darker clothing for stealthy purposes.
Hey, look who's here. We're all here now. Riley, get get over here.
On it.
Yep, as you all now reconvene, the four of you together in the same spot for first time in a year. As you all had your own little escapades on your own, now you reconvene to get to the task at hand.
Jaina wants to look at Chris and be like, Chris, you've gotten so tall, and then like rub his hair.
I have?
Yeah, at least 6 inches.
Well, that's good to know.
Bradshaw would be proud. What's...
Yeah. Oh, what was that?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, he's probably proud of a few things that I did this year.
Oh, do tell?
Well, I'll wait until,
We're all
everyone's ready.
here.
What's the ride? We don't have a character limit anymore. We can lay it all out.
Chris,
You want
what
me
did
to
you
go
do?
first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Should
know
we-
about this Maj Saj.
Should we go somewhere more private? Where are we?
You're currently
Here,
in the middle of the dock.
I'll fix that, and then he'll just cast Tiny Hut.
Okay, you cast Tiny Hut. The little magical tumor erupts in the middle of the dock. This little opaque boil as people just walk by. Just like, what the fuck is that? But you're safe in here, at least from scrying, and at least from magical effects. I think sound as well. I could be wrong about that.
Okay, I'll go in then.
Yeah, as you all enter, you're now surrounded in the temperature regulated, magically created room. You can see outside, but seeing from without to within, impossible unless you have some means of seeing through magic. But it's been a while since most of you actually been inside Riley's hut in a while, and it is, compared to the weather, fairly to the chilly weather outside, it's much nicer inside here.
I forgot how tiny this hut is.
Well, it's in the name.
It's a little cozy.
It's pretty balmy in here. Certainly an upgrade from the chill of the wind.
I think if we're going in tiny hut, everyone is going in their bowls too.
Well, no, it holds up to 8 creatures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everyone, including Jenna's Pokemon party, walks in. Answin's now privy to the conversation. Flimpus barely has a cocked inside the hut. Enjoyed his bear.
So, I guess,
What was your
I
big
guess
secret?
I can go first.
Yeah, you have secrets.
Yeah, so I'll just go a brief rundown of what I encountered throughout my year. So after we departed, I left and I went to Obethus first, just to kind of as a starting place to research and gather information. And I wanted to particularly kind of, know more about Sunny. I also wanted to learn about why Sunny maintained their youth and, kind of gain insight into some of the secrets in the world by, knowing if there's any ancient sites or treasures that awaited. And also kind of fund some of my own sort of creative ideas. But in terms of Sunny, some of the information I found is that, they were a bank robber over 40 years ago. And as we know, that they're described as 16-year-old kid, is it?
Close to there, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was able to look into Chris's memories when he encountered the Doctor and Sunny, right?
Between the doctor and some kid, you're not sure if that's Sunny.
Yeah, okay. So I did indeed see those memories.
I think so.
Yeah, I recall doing so. Right, I remember there was a kid with the Doctor, and I'm pretty sure he referred to him as Sunny.
That kid, I think, worked for Sunny. He told the Doctor, "Give Sunny my regards." Or no, the Doctor. The Doctor told the kid, "Give Sunny my regards," and the kid said,
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, go on.
"Yeah." Anyways, Sunny, was kind of like a bank robber for 2 to 3 years, disrupting the flow of money during the Crucible War, working kind of independently, mostly within the Silnia area. And Sunny was kind of considered his own leader of his own group, kind of having a following of kids, or what seemed to be kids. And there's reports that he was creating spells and people not knowing what they were, and that sort of thing. Now, these children were committing crimes. And what was interesting is that Sunny came from an orphanage in Silnia called the Heartstring Orphanage. And for some reason, it just didn't function anymore, that orphanage. It kind of just shut down. And Sunny's escapades kind of went out during the time the orphanage went out. So is kind of, it might be a starting place to kind of look more into Sunny, going to that orphanage. In terms of eternal youth, that sort of thing, some of the stuff that I find out of or learned about what may have caused that is, witchdom magic. Particularly, it was destroying a phylactery, right?
Yeah, for liches, for lichdom, yeah. Putting a soul into phylactery.
Yeah. There's also the collection of souls to maintain long life, or some other hidden process. But there's also the druids, who tend to have a lot of power as they age. And then you have the clerics, of course, but there's also deals with devils and demons. So a lot of these things are kind of like destructing the natural flow of life and that. So whatever it is, it's not the best. And then after that, I was doing research into different, kind of not so much ancient places, but just sort of secrets around the world. And so I came across a book, or legend of Mazmazak.
Oh, that's what his name was.
Yes, Mazmazak was a wizard, and apparently very powerful wizard. I didn't know much about him, so I went to Pratchell, and Pratchell gave me some information about him. Some of how Pratchell, had friends who were friends with Mazmazak and that sort of thing. And that kind of led me to go into the Granal Forest, and which is where I went to go and search for this, kind of wizard's lair, see what sort of research that Mazmazak was doing, because apparently he just disappeared and no one knew what happened with him. So I was curious and I wanted to go. And he went missing, it was like 200 years ago, so it's been a long time. So I went there, and on my way there, I met a couple of travelers, apparently from the Gathering Guild, Their names were this Charm and Clover, and they accompanied me. And once we got into the lair, met some weird creatures, a gnoll, a rat guy, and an ogre just sitting there. They weren't very hostile. They were just like, set all the traps so that we can go and claim the money. So that's exactly what we did. We set off all the traps, pretty much. But it was an interesting situation. So some casualty occurred. I kind of blew up a drake. But I got some treasure, but I also kind of knew more about the secrets of Mazmazak and what sort of things he was working on. Particularly, he had a theory, because like within his lair there was an obelisk, kind of like a cross-cut section of an obelisk, using objuration magic to kind of conceal the effects of it.
So there was no corruption then?
Yeah, there was no corruption, at least from there. But what I found out through his journals is that he was onto something. He theorized that if we use a piece of the obelisk as a focus, we could teleport to wherever it came from. And that would lead us to where these obelisks come from. So I have waited, basically until we've all got together in order to do that. So that we're prepared and we all can go.
So we can reverse engineer a teleport into the enemy base, is what you're saying?
Pretty much. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to lead us to an enemy base. I have no idea where it's going to lead us, but we can attempt it when we're ready. And at that point, my deal with Jarnhat was kind of, over at that point because, well, they knew I found an obelisk, so they were investigating that room.
Oh, that's convenient.
Anyway, after that, I kind of left, created my own spell, and kind of a rite of passage into being a great wizard, as well as a collection of a few monsters for Pratchell's Monstrum translocation.
As long as they have that hat on them, they're loyal to you, right?
Yep. I think.
Yeah, no monsters on the ship.
Yeah, when you cast Monstrum Translocation, they can attempt a Wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they follow your orders unfailingly. Which for Pratchell is a little wizard's hat on top of a Crystalline Rabbler, has like a visual indicator of it.
Yep. So as long as I'm able to maintain the connection, they should be fine. But yeah, that was my journey.
Well, it seems we have a chance at least at bringing the storm to the enemy. That's an option. We don't have to sit around and wait once we're ready. That's pretty useful.
But it was also that, Mazmazak also was seeing visions of a woman inside a obelisk or on an island. So he was also having the same sort of visions that I had.
That was the Rezeri Novos, right? The first fire?
what we suspect is Rosari Novos.
Anything else?
Essentially, that's mostly it. Yeah.
Well, if we're on the topic of the first fire, I may as well be next. I'm sure you received my message about the Lily Wolf speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, so you know how there was that, what we assumed to be one of the 10 stalking us, telling us to give up. It's a hopeless fight. That person is actually one of the old ancient archons of Hora. And as it turns out, Yul was alive during her reign. Worked for her, actually. He died at some point and then got resurrected by either her or someone under her employ. And she disappeared. And Yul picked me up as a wee bab and dropped me off in Illyreed. As it turns out, this whole fight against the invader is not just something I was chosen to do, it's something I was born to do. So, a little bit more pressure on me, but I don't really mind. It's kind of what we were planning on doing anyway, so my resolve has not changed. The point being, right, Archon of Hora has this, or at least started a project way back when. What was it called in Elvish?
Let me find that again. It's something complicated.
I can't even remember the Archon's name. It's like Medea Gradea or something.
The project that the Archon was doing in Elvish, Tistreda Gaelme Ilhanas, which...
That's the one, which translates roughly to Project Thunderhead.
Oh.
Yeah, the full translation, the thunderstorm that will bring flowers.
Yeah.
And its concept is almost identical to what we found in the note earlier. It's supposedly a city in the sky, and they're making some sort of weapon, presumably to fight off something. So that's what I thought Silverwind was up to, and I haven't confirmed it yet, especially because, well, I figured out that the Archon was the Lily Wolf speaker thing through not just sending, but also looking around. And when I was talking to Yule about all of that, she was spying on us, and I have not been able to contact her since. So she fell off the map. I don't know what she's doing now. My theory, and I don't know if this is true, I need to investigate this still, is that she might be the same person as Lila Rosari. Was it Lila Rosari, or was it the other one?
These recall the Silverwind. Lila Rosari is the one of the Platinum Council in Abethus.
Yeah, what the fuck? What was Silverwind again?
Liz Ricaldi.
Liz Ricaldi, that's the one. I will never ever get that right. She could be Liz Ricaldi in disguise, or Liz Ricaldi could have simply found out about this plan and taken up the mantle of her mission, as it appears, at least to some extent, the Archon has abandoned it, and told us to give up. So I don't really know what's going through her head. She won't let me in. I have not tried to contact Liz Ricaldi. I figured a more formal meeting would be better for that, if possible.
Yeah, it sounds so. From what you gathered, that Project Thunderhead is supposed to be fighting off the invaders.
That's what I thought, but if you recall the talk with the Queen, Queen said it's a city of piracy, one that will usher in a new era of illegal activity in the skies. So, somewhere along the line, something got fucked up. The original mission has been lost.
I'm having trouble piecing everything together. Oh my god.
Okay, so
Okay,
maybe
so
maybe
if you look in your journal, you'll see where is it? It's probably in Tetscat. It would be is it Faceless Ledger? Yeah, Faceless Ledger. That's where the first Project Thunderhead thing was done, and Silverwind was mentioned as spearheading it. Takes a massive amount of Arcanium, Sky Pirate loot, whatnot, and then we had that further confirmed by the Queen.
I'm sincerely trying to put this all together, so forgive me if I say something really dumb right now. So you think Sky Pirates really mean blank?
No.
You think
I think
Sky Pirates?
Yeah, we think Sky Pirates are Sky Pirates. Basically, the Archon of Hora from like 1200 years ago had this initial plan to make a city in the sky, presumably as a weapon. And it's very, the naming conventions are very similar to the Thunderhead project that's going on in Silverwind. So currently my theory, as I have not been able to confirm anything, is that either Liz Ricaldi is the Archon in disguise and is, back on her bullshit trying to get this Sky City going, because the conditions in which it is being built are very similar. I don't remember exactly how similar, but it took a lot of slave labor and a lot of magic. And currently Yule, currently I'll say this in character, Yule is out in Dusama right now. He's been trying to get some insider information on the whole thing, because that was the original location of the Sky City. It was supposed to raise out of the air from that location, and there's some secrets in there that I was not able to get into. We didn't want to draw too much attention to ourselves, so for the last year he's been on the ground just trying to figure out what he can. We don't have anything concrete yet.
There's so much going on at once. Not that that's a problem, just my brain.
I can cliff those for you later if you wanted to.
It really all depends on regardless of what Liz Ricaldi or the Archon's goals are, if they are the same or if they are not. It's impossible to ignore the injustice of kidnapping people, throwing drugs in their body, and then shipping them off to Hora when they're done with them. That is unavoidably cruel and unusual. So, even if somehow Liz Ricaldi has taken up the mantle or is the Archon and just trying to get this project back on the ground, there are better ways to do it than what they've been doing. Especially because if they are trying to make this city to, maybe fire a massive magic beam at the moon or something, we can get on board with that. We can help with that. They don't have to make people suffer as a result. And if it's true that Liz Ricaldi just wants to make a Sky Pirate City, then we have to stop that as well.
I have a question.
What's up, Zero?
I was out of character.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the fucking Archon is. You guys keep saying that word. I don't know what that means.
It's just a monarch. She's like the queen. That's basically it.
The Archon, just for some out of character history, so it's not completely lost.
Riley knows this anyway. He learned.
Yeah. So Howrah has only ever had 2 leaders. One was called the Archon. That was years ago, like before Rias and Altus were a thing. This was the whole slave elf empire thing. The head of that was the Archon. So and if I mentioned like 700 years ago, like 800 years ago, the elves were kind of fucks and like doing slavery across the entire mainland. The Archon was kind of responsible for that. This big bad Archon character, which is the ruler of Howrah at the time.
And then there was a huge war, and the elves lost and got sent back home, and that was like 700 to 600 years ago. And then Rias and Altus formed out of that.
What's the point of building a Sky City again? Like, why are they doing that?
Well, the first time with the Archon and her plan was presumably to, have something closer to the moon to fire a big magic fucking beam at it. Because it was, the lightning that brings flowers. So this is for world peace. is essentially
So do
the
we
excuse for using all the slave labor. Commit atrocities now so that further atrocities are, prevented later.
I'm gonna take this piece by piece. We do want to blow up the moon, right? I think we do.
Yeah, I think we do, because I watch Janice things, so Bowen knows that we probably want to blow up the moon, but
I know I need to catch everyone up
Riley
on
just
what I learned, but I'm still in my brain trying to piece everything together because I think these are connected, but I'm like, God, I cannot connect the dots.
pretty sure they're connected. I don't know if the current Project Thunderhead is connected because, the plan may have been corrupted. We don't know if Liz Ricaldi is the Archon or if she, maybe found the blueprints for the plan or was in Duzamar. We don't know any of that. So they are definitely related somehow, but in what way, I have no idea.
It could be that the Silverwood has taken over that weapon, and they're it could be that they found out about it, and that's why the Archon is thinking it's hopeless because now a criminal organization is in control of this weapon.
And before then, it was the worst regime in history. So it's a wee bit complicated.
Should I
but
just
yeah, we
basically Jana stuff? Is that helpful to right now?
Probably, yeah. It probably relates.
Okay.
Because weapon to blow up the moon. Yeah, you can probably do your thing now.
Okay.
I don't. Riley will very sheepishly back away and say, "Yeah, I don't really have anything else to talk about. Nothing of note. Nothing important."
Hey, I might have some stuff, because who the fuck knows what I did in my off time? Not me. I know what I did, but do I know the consequences? No. So what I learned during my downtime was I went and did my mammoth stuff. I returned the orb. I'm just going to recount everything I did in my session, just to get everyone up to speed. I went up north. I did the mammoth orb thing. I traveled around in the really, really cold for a long time. And I returned the orb to the mammoth, and it was like a bond thing. It's its heart. That's what it was. I'm doing my best so Simon doesn't correct me because I want to recall what happened. It was a mammoth's heart, and people were using it before to control and manipulate the mammoth. But since I've reconnected them, Giorgio got some bonuses as a result. But now that's good. So that was it an elemental?
Yes.
Okay, it was an elemental. But then while I was up there, Air started saying home, and he kept wanting me to bring him in a certain direction. So after I finished the mammoth thing, I'm like, well, shit, I'm already here. I'll just go check it out. So we went up further north, and we came across where all the constructs were, and there was a ton of them broken. And then one was functioning and came talk to us, and then it brought us in to its home, and I was able to ask them a bunch of questions, and it also asked me a bunch of questions. And what I learned, can I recount everything that I learned? Because there's a lot of it. They are the constructs that we see. Some of them are violent. Some of them are not. The ones that I interacted with were not. Is there a reason why some of them are violent? And because some of them are just in a watcher state? Maybe I didn't find that out.
Yeah, I don't think you found that out.
But some are more prone to... Oh, it's because if you attack first, they'll attack... If you attack it first, they'll attack you back. I'm not sure. But what I learned is that they have a mission. They're really call themselves watchers is the term, or at least most of what we see. Error is a watcher unit. What I have here with me is a watcher unit. And they are observing Earth and collecting data to report back to was it home system?
Central server.
Central server. Thank you, Simon. reporting back to Central Server, but Central Server has not been responding for like hundreds of years. Something happened a long time ago, and now they cannot connect. And they need to report to Central Server to know whether or not we are a threat or not. So fill me enough if I feel like I'm Bowen. You probably, I feel like I can say Bowen, if you listen to my session. Because there was a million little questions I had asked. But I think that's like the general idea. And what happened was the big trade was that I traded them air because I was trying to convince them. My end goal was, it seemed like I was trying to work with them because I think we want them on our side. So what I did was I traded them air because what I wanted to do was show them, because they literally had like a million questions in the queue, something that you couldn't just sit them down and explain them everything. And a lot of them are very intangible things like, why do humans laugh at jokes? Stuff like that. That's like, there's not a straightforward answer. So I traded an error for one of their units because it was functioning and was responding, and I thought that when it left with me, and I might have understood during my session, it is no longer responding, so I think it only works like up in that area. So now it no longer talks. Like, it's not connected to like whatever the main guy is anymore. It's outside of the spear, but he's not violent, but I don't think it's what I wanted, because I can't literally talk to it. I can't like answer any questions. I can't do anything like that. And then I think I messed up because they completely wiped error, and error might have been our key to like doing something, because error could like feel things and understand human emotions and stuff like that. And I think that's where I ended up. But the point is that the moon is Central Server, or the moon is one of the satellites that connects to Central Server.
You got the impression that the moon is, at least the Central Server they're referring to, is at least located on the moon.
Okay.
So I put something together. I'm going to have to recheck with Simon, though, because I think Riley would also put this together. What did Error behave like when we got him for the first time?
More or less what you've seen, like scared.
Yeah.
Scared. Okay, so it had
feelings.
But that was before I shocked it, right?
Yes, you found it, I think, cowering in the corner of your bathroom in the Dragon House.
So its behavior was already different from the other Watcher units before I shocked it.
Correct.
Okay, that's weird, because I was thinking
we did
when I was listening to Jana's session, and all the units were like, "Why does this unit act differently? It's behaving strangely." I'm like, oh, well, I did give it a little bit of an electric shock, so,
we also
maybe that has something to do with it.
Settings, too, when we first found it. We were like, reset. We were hitting all these buttons we didn't know did anything.
Do you think we could do the same thing with this guy?
My backup plan was thinking we could just recreate whatever we did to Error for this unit, and I don't think that's an option. I really think I messed up, like, there. There was no way. I don't think there... I don't know. This thing doesn't like respond like it does, like there's no. I'm not sure. I wanted to, before I did anything, I wanted to talk to, like, just, this is the state, this is in. We can mess around with that, but
I think the idea to recreate Error is probably for the best, because they're not. If this one can't even respond, right, then how is it? It's probably asking a million questions right now, and it doesn't have any way to vocalize that.
I don't even know.
We need to figure out a way to mess with its settings.
And what I wanted to do, is take it around and be like, look, it's people talking, it's people crying, it's people laughing, trying to do that. But I don't even know if it's, like, inputting anything right now. Like, it just doesn't respond to anything you do.
I remember in the meet room, the text on it, it was, it was trying to reestablish links with the Central Server.
And that's what they were saying, like, they cannot get a hold of Central Server. it's abandoned them, or something's wrong somewhere.
But there were things giving it orders.
Correct. But I think that's the case for all of the constructs. There's supposed to be a central server to give them orders and for them to report back to. But right now that system is broken. So they're kind of just like in purgatory here.
Knowledge is hostile. Acknowledge is hostile. Acknowledge is hostile. We are no longer you. We cannot acknowledge.
The only thing I guess now that scares me about trying to break this one is we might set off, like, if you attack it first, it might attack you. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure I can take whatever damage it can dish out. Was Riley the one who was messing with Error, or was it Chris?
I think we both messed with it at some point.
I put some laser gun fuel into it.
Oh, is that what you did? Well, we don't have any of that anymore.
The fuel? Yeah, I think I do.
Oh? Do you want to try that?
I think I do. Let me look at my inventory really quick. I have some stuff that's still left over from that time we were on the ship. I'm gonna read out what I have written here, so I'm gonna have to clarify what the fuck any of this actually is. I wrote down robot head and laser tube. Files, silver containers, bag-like in texture, square-like object handle on one side. I think that's the gun. One red vial.
That's it.
Oh, yep. That was it. And we offered it at the Buck's Head. I put a note there. 2 robot squid vials, 1 robot squid gyroscope, 1 floating disc, 1 tentacle metal cap. So yeah, I guess never mind. The red vial of what I'm assuming what we're talking about. I gave that to the Buck's Head. And Thane. But he referred to it as their blood, didn't he?
Let me look back at the speeches I wrote down for that. You did feed it. I think the Bucks had to give you some insight on what that was and the nature of your enemy.
Didn't it convulse in that?
Yeah, it was like seizing and getting all distorted and shit. It was fucked up.
The jump scares. The red blood of the stars created through the souls of billions of lost secrets, billions of lost lifetimes, billions of screaming civilizations across billions of worlds, stripped of all that makes up an individual, condensed into the perfect pragmatic mixture.
You said you gave Error some of that a while back?
Yeah. There was like a little hole, and I put it in there.
Wait, so did you install, like, survival capabilities and, like, consciousness into a robot?
Maybe.
Chris's malware.
What if we could infect all of them with that?
Well, whatever that was, he's wiped clean. Like, there's no going back. We can't get zero. We can't get zero back. We can't get Error back.
They're gone. Well, we can't get Error back, but we could make a new one. We could make several new ones if we have the resources.
I think it's worth a shot, because I don't think we're getting anywhere with this.
Yeah. If Zero is willing to acquiesce the resources, then let's try it.
What are you trying to get from me? Because the red vial, I think that's completely gone.
Oh. You don't have anything, like a makeshift or something similar?
Where did you get it again?
Whenever we were on the ship in Tetskat Underground, where we... What else did we do there?
You solved the mystery of the dead like gnomes, the Svirfneblin, the deep gnomes. Went through the long hallway that just appeared out of nowhere. Went to the ship. You discovered space secrets, and you killed the giant robot squid.
Yeah, it's where you got Flumph.
That's where you got Flumph.
We met Azazon there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Azazon, apparently she's gone. She's
What?
out of Pratchell's house.
What? Oh, like
He chased her off? What the fuck?
He didn't chase. Well, it's a
we're
possibility.
like afraid of this very thing.
Yeah, leaving her with him, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not like she's here. Hold on, I'm gonna contact her right now. I'll peek my head out of the tent and then send to Azazon. Holding up all right on your end. Send.
There's a pause, but you get back you get back a reply. I am holding up, looking for my lost lover. Don't do this again. That's about much you get.
He'll close the tent. Yeah, she's fine.
She said delete my phone number. Simon, these robot squid vials I have, what do these look like?
They're kind of like they're like hydraulic fluid. They're like kind of like clearish. It's like yeah, it's kind of like a gelatinous liquid, like the jelly of a jellyfish almost, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was fluid you drained from the body of the robot squid itself.
I'll hand that over to Jana. See if you want to do something with that.
Oh, what am I? Do you want me to squeeze?
You don't have to
some
do
more?
anything.
Want me to milk
You
it?
don't have you don't gotta do anything. I'm just saying if we want, that's something that we found on the ship at some point. I don't know if it has anything to do with him, but I don't know.
Can I just roll a nature check to see what if I know what to do with this?
You need to check to what?
See if I know what to do with this.
You can try. It's like
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Hell yeah.
it's kind of still unsure because this is an artificial liquid. You're gonna maybe apply to an artificial being. You recall maybe like there's a port at like the back of like whatever the equivalent of its head would be. That like I think you mess with a little bit. You as in the group mess with with error.
Is this what you did
Like
before,
that.
Chris?
Yeah, that's where I injected the red liquid into it.
I'm gonna try it.
But-
Fuck it. We ball. I'm putting.
We're in this tiny hut with.
But I'm pretty sure that red liquid was what we gathered as the blood of the biomass stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's worth a shot, right? This is what we got. I don't think we're getting that other stuff.
Before you do this, Zero's gonna take a step out of the tiny hut just to stand back.
They step up the tiny hut. You can't see anything inside anymore, but you're safe-ish.
I'll leave Azek in there.
Sure. He's expendable.
I'll put Azek on Jana's head.
Familiars have no souls. Yeah, what's he, an owl currently?
Yeah.
Owl's perched on Janna's head. Big owl too.
And so, you should probably step out as well in case something, explodes.
Fair point. Ash, Aswin begins to step out as well, joining you, Zero. How's it going?
Everyone else goes in their balls.
We'll find out.
Giorgio's in the ball. Flumph is in the ball.
Okay.
Anyone else want to go in a ball?
I want to see what
I
happens.
want to get in the ball.
Yeah, Riley. I think. Wait. Yeah. No. All the balls are full. Right? No, because Ansman's not in one. Riley, you get a
think
spare
so.
ball.
No, I'm good. I'll stay out. I gotta keep the hut up
Oh,
anyway.
that's right. You can't. Okay, we'll do this later. We'll do that later. I think it's just Jana, Riley, and Chris left though.
Listen, if it explodes, I can take it.
I'm gonna watch through
I've got
it,
a
as
peer-
its eyes.
I've got a pure active wound closing on him. Fine. Chris can't die either. All right, rubbing it on the USB port.
Yeah, you should just there's like a tiny little like circular hole, very small, like almost like the like it could fit like a syringe, which is kind of like kind of like a yeah, the old vial sort of just like inject like fit perfectly into that slot, and it just sort of drained it all out. I don't think this is one of the vials you had. The that was specifically contained red liquid. This is just a glass vial with some fluid, right? Yeah, so you can try pouring it in there if you want to.
Yeah. I think just like a little. I'm not pouring, like a gallon in, but I feel like I just want to put a little in to see what happens, see if there's any reaction.
Yeah, and you tilt it out, and it takes a while for it to pour out. It has like the consistency of like really thick vegetable oil, but like oil versus and honey, like somewhere between that consistency, and it just takes a little bit to just dribble a little bit out. As it hits the little port, it sort of slowly sinks in. Nothing happens, and doesn't seem to have any discernible effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some aquamarine that I can try.
No.
No, that's okay.
Why do you have aquamarine?
I actually don't know. I can't remember, but I have 6 vials of it.
Oh yeah, we
I'd
got it from
take
the
it from you.
hostages.
Take that from you.
Yeah, why did we leave it with him? Anyway, I
took
just thought of
some.
something.
He has some.
Is the vial empty right now?
No.
Not currently. It's not all the way out there.
Here, Riley is gonna dump out the liquid.
That's on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. It comes out like molasses.
But does it all leave?
There's some residue on the side still stuck, but like it's still in there.
That's fine. Then he's going to take a dagger, he's gonna slit his hand, and he's gonna let the blood drip into the vial.
Okay. Slit your hand, like enough to draw blood, and it starts dripping to the vial and begins to mix. And like, it's mixing, kind of. It mixes like soap and water. Like, it does mix, and over time it does blend, but like it does. There's a point where it's sort of like there's separate fluids for a little bit, and you can see like the sort of clear, translucent, oil-like liquid sort of just floating in the blood.
That's fine, because that's exactly what I want. I'm gonna put the blood vial into the thing.
Okay. As you pour the blood oil type mixture into it, it goes in slowly. It does stain a little bit. No discernible effect.
Hey, that's curious.
Jana spits in it.
It does absorb your saliva. No discernible effect.
Indeed. You would think that if, they take to the blood of the biomass, that any biological thing would work.
Did it? Can I just start to put water on it? Does it accept us like water?
You want to try injecting water into it?
Yeah.
The fuck has happened here? Oh boy. All right. Yeah, you have a water flask. You got water skins. You put water into it, it does absorb. No discernible effect. It does seem to be waterproof though. That's good. That's good. You can short circuit it.
These things aren't fucking broken by water. They're too smart for that. I wasn't even worried.
Should I try the aquamarine?
I don't think so.
I'm curious, but I'm not curious enough.
What do we think? Well, like,
I think whatever
What
that
happened
red
when
liquid
we
is
took Aquamarine?
Got a little boost.
I don't think we want to boost this thing. Not its
Right.
capabilities, anyway. We just want to make it a little bit more sentient.
Agree. I wonder.
I think the red liquid is almost on par to
Where
Arcania.
can you read a
Zero!
scribe?
Zero! Zero, we need a favor.
What's that?
Could you... This is gonna sound really stupid. Could you bleed into this flask?
Yeah, I can. I will take Truth Seer and I will slice my hand and I'll pour it into the vial.
Okay. You slice your hand. It pours in. It looks like red blood, like anything else.
If tieflings are indeed the result of, the biomass evolving to some extent, then maybe this is compatible. Let's try it.
Oh, I have information about that.
Oh? Is there some context we're missing?
I'll wait for my turn. Let's pour the blood in.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah. You pour the blood in. It absorbs. It jolts a little bit, but that's about it.
It gets a reaction from that?
Slightly.
Oh no!
Well, it seems we're onto something. This might be a good time to tell us what you've been up to.
Alrighty, I'll start with the relevant stuff first, because everything else I did was pretty, I don't think it's affected any of you guys much. Well, let me ask out of character. Simon, this stuff I've been doing in Sant, has any of that, like, made impact enough to, like, make it to the mainland as news, or, like, has anyone with the mark made it to the mainland that they might have seen or anything like that?
You haven't seen anyone with the mark. The news of a series of vicious brandings happening in Son have made it to some parts of the mainland. Just as some town crier yelling about it, like just deliver news more or less. Like it's not like a big story. It's just like this is a thing that's happening out in the world.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll get to that later. So back when we first spoke to the Buck's Head, I was seeking answers about my mother, specifically about the curse on my family, because I was not born a tiefling.
But you weren't?
No, I was born a human, and at some point I was made a tiefling, and I needed to know answers for that. I went to... After we spoke to him, he told me where to find my dad, and he said Lipad, basically. It's what we put together. Found him there. That was good and all, but he gave me information about the Prince of Night and a few other things to look out for that he did to make this, quote, deal. So the Buck's Head had also told me that the answers I sought, are back in my homeland. So I did have to come back to Sant. It's kind of all just somewhat coincidence and chance, maybe, that I ended up where I was. But I ended up in a tavern in, was it Miari, Simon?
Yes.
Right. I ended up in a tavern in Miari. This tavern is primarily occupied by tieflings. It is kind of like this neutral zone where they're safe, and pure soul dogma doesn't really come around those parts. When I got there, I was told by somebody in Fentu to speak to, I think, the white tiefling. And I found a white tiefling. After some conversation with him, where he read my fortune a bit, he took me down into the basement, and it was there that I got to meet the, I don't want to say the first tiefling, but like the father of tieflings, maybe, to some extent. So the Prince of Night He's a big guy, kind of scary looking, but generally very casual in conversation. Turns out that member of First Fire, Nico Daxian, that's him. At some point, the invaders captured him, and I think he said experimented on him. And I don't know exactly what they did to him, but they said he said that they mixed all of his pieces around or something like that, and just fucked him up genetically. And he is the way he is now, and he's extremely powerful. He's extremely powerful. But Simon, right? And I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but what all did he say? If I can relay that information to them, like regarding the hell planes and shit like that.
That he usurped a throne of hell.
I guess so, but like, am I missing a step? Am I missing what else? Anything else he might have said that led him here?
Well, one of the things that he said he mixed into, like when he was all mixed around and like basically just melded with a bunch of creatures. Some of them happen to be infernal in nature, so now he has this intrinsic link to the hells, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know if he mentioned anything about like hell planes, like not at least in the conversation we had.
Okay, well, he is very powerful and he can travel across planes. He has a small, it seems like, following or cult of tieflings. Some of them are solid white, the others are solid black. I've never seen anything like it before, but it seems that all tieflings are descendants of him to some extent. Whenever my dad came looking for a solution to wipe out his family, he stupidly sought out Nico Daxian, thinking that this would be just a simple deal, but Nico Daxian, he has jokes. He has goofs and gaffs, and he thought it'd be real funny. He thought it'd be real funny if he gave my father some of his own blood. And giving a human tiefling blood like that, or I should say his blood specifically, it's almost like it takes to some of them are strong enough to handle it, others are not. My father was not, and that's why he has those weird fucked up eyes, and he's not really a tiefling, but he has some like stain of the DNA in him still. Nico Daxian also thought he thought it'd be funny if he came to my father's house and gave the blood directly from his veins to my mother and I. And within a few days of that, we were both transformed physically, and that's my story. But yeah, that's who the Prince of Night is. He's a previous member of the First Fire. I spoke to him briefly about Rosary Novos. He said he's of the belief that she is like gone, that she destroyed herself through her magic so bad with whatever happened in Thane that she is not reparable. Like, she is just... I think he said that her soul and her body and her body, her mind and her body could never be retrieved or saved or found or something like that. He doesn't believe that there's anything left of her. But yeah, just in context of my blood, that's why it shows up on the radar like that, which is that's fun.
So it's less that the biomass evolved into tieflings and more that one guy got involved with their experiments and now an entire descendant race is related.
It seems that way, yeah.
That's pretty fucked up. And it's also really weird that it happened to be the first fire.
I agree. At least I have some comfort knowing that tieflings are not the result of like curses necessarily or dark evil. A lot of tieflings I think are just from this lineage that came from him who is a victim overall.
And so he decided to push his victimhood on other people.
Oh, absolutely. He's not a good guy. I don't think he's a good guy. I think if you are clever with your words and polite and respectful to him, I managed to get out of there in one piece. But I don't think he I don't think he really cares who he fucks up. He does have like I think guidelines he goes off of. He goes after people that have desires and other things that I can't remember exactly, but either way, he offered to change me. He offered to change me into one of his tieflings. So I would be either a white or a black tiefling. In exchange, my mother's tieflingness would be cured, and she would be a human again. And in exchange, he would have my soul, and I would be. I think he referred to me as I would be his champion. So I didn't do that.
Good.
But he's. I was certainly uneasy. I was like, I don't know, like deep down underground, trapped in there with him and his goons, and he is just very unsettling to be around.
Well, what's the verdict then? Are you fine being a tiefling? Or do you want to return to human?
This is all I've ever known. I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make sure that my mother was... Her name is free of any fault here. And I am of the opinion that it is.
But you don't want that guy to own your soul. That's fucked up. Fuck that guy.
Oh, no, yeah. I didn't like that. I don't like exchanges like
That's
that.
a trick.
That's
something's not right. You know, like that.
Yeah,
no one makes those deals.
I need to see the fine print. I'm not that dumb.
As it pops in your head for a little bit, you just hear him kind of hushed, even though it doesn't need to be. He just sort of goes, "Careful."
What did I say? Okay,
Oh.
I'll shut up.
Did Azek make that deal?
Well, probably
I'm-
not.
Well, something
not-
similar? How did Azek get to be?
I do want to look at Isaac because Simon, what did you say Isaac did when we were down there with him? I thought you said he didn't even acknowledge Isaac, but you mentioned Isaac.
Azek seemed to have some recognition of who this character was.
I see.
And Azek did say that he's been contracted to work with someone else.
Like when you went down there, you heard Azek sort of just say his name, Daxian.
I wonder if it's an Azek's clause, whoever this is, that he can't even talk about the conditions, and this is like the best he can do is just be like careful.
See, even as I say this now, like I said, Nico Daxian has power. And I'm not sure what Azek means off the top of my head, but I'm going to try to be careful about what I say, mostly just to be respectful, because I do believe, can just be listening. So, you know, I think for the most part, if we mind our business, he'll leave us alone, but I met him. That was... And Zero like looks up at like the sky. That was an honor. Thank you for that. But yeah, that's where tieflings come from.
Riley will kind of pipe up and say, "Hey, if you're listening, I'm the reincarnation of your old bud Aerolok, so, you know, we're kind of on the same page about the whole invader thing."
I
I'll
don't
responsibly
remember.
say that up.
I don't remember as out of character. I don't really remember if he said anything what his stance was on the invaders exactly. I know I talked to him about the 10, and he said the 10 are real gods. I tried to ask him if the 10 had anything to do with the first fire, and he did not believe so.
I think they kind of do. If the Archon is part of the first fire, Yule and I seem to believe that she's responsible for creating them after the war.
Oh wow! Have we identified our big bad, like of the whole campaign?
Well, I mean,
Wait, who's the
Out of
big
character,
baddie?
obviously.
yeah, out of character. I don't think we want, like, the invaders to take over because they're kind of just uncaring and they assimilate.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, into the meat pit. And that's a pretty gruesome fate for an entire planet to have to succumb to. So that's the big bad. But there's also, evil actors that are completely unrelated to that.
It makes me think what happened to Mazbazak after he attempted his theory, because I'm under the impression that he actually did do his theory and teleported to wherever obelisks come from.
Oh,
because
here,
he's never returned.
Let's try something. I'm going to send to Mazmazak. How's your research coming along? Send.
It does not reach anyone by that name.
Well, it's very likely that Mazmazak was actually an Elias, because there is nothing. Hold on, it doesn't reach anybody by that name. So, is that the same as like you don't get a hit?
Pretty much.
So it's the same feeling I get when the person I'm trying to contact is also dead.
Dead or missing or something else.
So either his name is not Mazmazak or he's super dead right now.
I think someone would.
Or
do
on another
just
plane, it was
give
really
a fake
unlucky.
Name.
Riley is not my birth name.
I'm sorry, that
Yeah,
was supposed
two
to
of
be
us
a
are
jab.
under
That-
nicknames.
That was supposed to be a jab at Zero, who gives multiple fake names out a day. What's your big one again?
My go-to,
Is
Yeah,
it Ramsey?
Ramsey. Do you think Chef Gordon Ramsay just gets like all your messages?
he also is like, delete this number.
Don't do this again. Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
This has nothing really to do with anything, but I want to be the one to tell you guys instead of somebody else. So I want you to go ahead and find out through me, so you can be mad at me. While I was in Fintu, I found out one of my good friends. You met him actually, the little funny one, Leland.
Oh, I remember that guy. He was funny.
He traveled to the city. He was looking for our lost friend, the one who's working with Pearsall now, and he was captured. He was arrested, and we headed to the city. We found Niles Ort. We spoke to him, and he did help me. I'm very appreciative of that, but we learned that they're trying to execute tieflings en masse now. They had built this whole new setup, like this cage of, they could hold up to 8 tieflings in there, I think, and they had them all bound to this like wooden type of box thing, and just set it the hay beneath it ablaze and just let it slowly burn. And they put Leland on there, and I couldn't have that, so I used every fucking spell and resource I had to make sure that did not happen, and I got lucky enough that I was able to get all 8 of them out of there. They're all fine in Fintu now, but after Niles Ort witnessed that, because he's not a bad guy, he fully, like, took off his armor and threw it on the ground, and just denounced the Pure Soul Dogma and just left them. So he is doing his own thing now. Simon, where did he say he set up shop?
Abethus.
Yeah, he's in Abethus now. He's forming a new group called I can't remember what it was called. Something about the Broken Sun.
The Order of the Broken Sun.
Right, he's an Oathbreaker now. Oh shit.
Yeah, he actually took a few other Pure Soul Dogma members with him, and they're trying to do what Pure Soul Dogma should have been set out to do to begin with. So he's cool, but that's not the thing. My friend of a long time, Agrabane, you haven't met him yet. He's a bigger fellow. He had been killing members of Pure Soul Dogma. There was a time where I scryed on him and I watched him execute 3 of them at one time. And that's a very, very major offense and attack against them. They don't take it lightly. And the way that they were trying to execute 8 tieflings at once was a direct response to what he was doing. So I tried to compromise with him because I do agree that what they're doing is awful and I want it to stop. But I didn't want to go about this killing people because that's how more people get hurt. And
the cycle of hatred continues.
Yeah, and
fighting fire with fire.
It's not that I didn't want to kill people. You guys should be the first to know that I don't hesitate against somebody who deserves it, but I don't want to escalate the urgency that Pure Soul feels in wiping out the tieflings. So, the compromise we took was branding them. Branding them. So, I spent pretty much the entire year coming and going from Imus to Abethus to Selnia, back to Fintu, back to Miari, and I was stealing resources, stealing food and clothes and things like that Fintu needs, and they're doing way better now, thankfully. But I was spending my nights in Miari watching them and listening and taking names, if you will, and Agrabane helped me out, and we branded a lot of them. We branded a lot of them, and you'll know them when you see them, but it is meant to be a warning to both the people that they encounter throughout the rest of their lives, that this was somebody who disregarded someone's life like this and felt that they were better or superior in any way, that they could treat tieflings like they were animals up for the slaughter, but is also to warn the rest of them that if they continue to act this way, everyone's going to know it. History will never forget this smudge on their reputation, because the fact of the matter is, despite how disgusting Sant can be towards tieflings, the rest of the world is not as bad, surprisingly. So, I
mean, I thought nothing of you. You're just a red person with horns. That's actually kind of cool.
I just figured this might be a good form of discouraging them to continue being like that, at least to the point where it's violent and they're killing people. So that's the compromise we took. You'll know the sign when you see it, but yeah. That part of the story's done. In other news, during my time of travels throughout the continent, I haven't checked on her personally. I could have by now, but out of character, I forgot. And so, High Priest Rethar is missing.
Yes, she's no longer in Abethus.
Yeah, she was previously, I think, being held in prison in Abethus, and she's now, the word I've heard is missing. Not, relocated or anything, missing. So, I haven't looked into that.
That's probably good news.
Not really, I don't think. She's one of the only people that ever believed us about, Silverwind.
Well, she's missing. That means she's not with the Arbiter. Which means she's probably free and in hiding somewhere.
That means she's probably dead.
Or
Well, we both can send. Which of us wants to check?
By all means.
All right, I'll use another one. I'll be like, "Hi, Rethar. Learned that you're gone missing, as it were. Just checking to see if you're still alive. Send message."
Okay. Your spell finds no one by that name.
Oh, that's not good.
Yep.
what is sending? Is that
I've
What?
sent to Rethar before. I've asked her if she wants to be freed, and she's like, "No."
what type of school of magic is it?
It is
I believe it's evocation.
evocation. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, Zero. I think you're right. I think she's gone.
Simon, what else did I learn about? There's more kobolds in Imus.
There's more kobolds than I know. It's just a funny, wacky thing.
So, if we wanted to go back to our roots and check in on how the kobolds in Imus are doing, is that?
I'm not particularly worried about them.
Make a hold on. Just make a make one more investigation check.
Me?
Hmm. Okay, continue.
Fuck you. Okay. I think that's everything important anyway.
So we have a scout unit that doesn't respond. Don't know if it's gathering data or answering any of the questions it's been tasked with. We also know that there is 2 separate, or perhaps the same, plan to make a city in the sky with different purposes beyond the eras. And we don't know if the Archon is responsible in currently taking the guise of one Liz Ricaldi, or if Liz Ricaldi found the blueprints and decided to take up the cause herself and modify the purpose. And we can potentially get into the enemy's base by reverse engineering a teleport. And was there a 4th thing? Oh yeah, I need to go find some fish and make me stronger.
It's interesting because I think there's several different parties looking for, well, about the invaders, particularly Jarnhat and the commission.
When I was in prison, Jarnhat came to me and asked me if I could decipher the words from the invaders. And we figured out you can only decipher them if you're infected. So he was a little bit disappointed about that. I think, Silnia being the city of progress that it is, he intends to either find some practical use for the technology of these invaders or weaponize them and become unstoppable. It's probably both. And you say the contract between you and him is fulfilled?
Yep.
That's another thing worth looking into.
Well, Mazmazok's lair had a piece of the obelisk in it, which I took a piece of the obelisk as a way to, reverse engineer the teleport.
And it didn't infect you?
What was that?
It didn't infect you?
No, I took it. I conjured a glove.
Oh, okay.
Also,
0. Oh, no, go on.
I also built a base. Well, a fortress, basically. It's near the palm of the fingers.
So it's near Gary and Merrick, then?
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's it's around there, and so it's kind of like a little fortress if we need to gather supplies there, or keep people safe.
Did you make a teleportation circle for it?
I did not, but we could teleport there.
I suppose you have some piece that you took with you.
Yeah, just some random things.
Fair enough.
Probably.
All right, well, that's a lot of storage space for the Zodiacs between all our bags of holding, our ship, our dragon, fortress. We're doing pretty well for ourselves, I think.
10 years down the line, real estate market's got to jump.
So what do we want to work on first, then? I checked in with Gwina today, or recently, and, well, the storm is coming. So we're kind of a little bit on a timer now.
Where's this fish you need to get?
Well, I know of one in Thane, and there was another one when we found the gold one out in, that was out in Granal Woods, right? The gold one, which I brought back to Silnia. Yeah, I think it was in the Granal Woods.
I
There was
believe
a gold
so.
one.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
swap. Yeah.
I saw a vision of a silver one. I know that one's out there somewhere. And while I was with Yule, just a few days after we split, actually, I managed to catch something that improved me lightning. That one was a bitch. And I don't know how many others there are. So maybe I'll just, Riley will recall any kind of legends of special fish that he's heard of. And see if any kind of line up with something that would seem off. History.
It's like there's lots of stories for legendary fish, though. It's like any that would match. Like there's just lots of stories, and some of them could be true, could be not be true. There's stories of just the stories of fish that jump up clouds, and there's stories that
I got that one.
several. Yeah, there's lots and lots and lots of stories that it's hard to tell what is true, what is not, what's worth chasing, and what's not. You were told of, I believe by who's a high priest of fucking Ungvar.
Yeah, Ungvar.
He may have told you about Ripma the Endless Massacre.
Was that the shrimp?
No, that was
okay.
That was something else.
Ripma?
Ripma.
Ripma, the Endless Massacre.
Yeah.
But what was that?
It was a kind of like a shark eel hybrid with 4 fins. Apparently, it likes to populate the Shattered Sea.
And so this wouldn't line up with the undead whale that we dispatched of, and neither the shark from the palm.
Probably not.
Okay. So those 3 are the only ones I have leads on at present. They might be the only 3 left. I'm not sure. But that's what we got a boat for. We can go out to sea at any point.
Are we still in Tiny Hut?
Yeah.
It's
Man, my legs are
probably
cramped.
nearing. Yeah, it's probably nearing the end of its duration. How long is it last? 8 hours?
8 hours. There's
Never
no
mind.
way we've been in and out. Yeah.
No, you're
yeah.
still good. I thought it was 10 minutes. No, you're good.
No, it's 8 hours.
Fuck, if it was 10 minutes. We've
Yeah, I think
slept
Tiny
in
Hut's
this
actually.
thing.
Yeah, Tiny Hut's weirdly. It's actually pretty spacious. I think it's something about 20 by 20 feet, or 30 or 40 by 40 feet or something.
It can fit 8 creatures of relative size.
Did we tell Ansman to come back in?
We could, yeah.
Yeah.
We brought Zero back in. Nothing exploded, so Ansman can come back in.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Welcome back.
Hello, Ansman.
So
You and
let's,
Jana look tanned.
Yeah, it's
I know the scene.
I've been to the beaches near Vaspa.
Oh, I like those. They have the funny fruit there.
They do, and
Kiwi.
don't stand under the trees. They might kill you if they fall. Kiwis, the kiwis are nice. Yeah,
The fish there are cool too.
haven't tried, but I'll take your word for it. So what's next on the docket? Where are we
That's what we're trying to figure out. Does anybody have any crucial, like, we need to do this right now? Or can we,
It's crucial.
maybe come up with some sort of itinerary?
It depends if you're ready to test the teleport.
The problem is, if we do test it, and, it works, and we're caught in the base, unprepared, we might not come back. So I'd like to be a little bit stronger before we try that.
I think one thing, let's lay out everything we need to do. One, we need to get this construct into an error state, one way or another. We may not know how to do that right now, but that's something we need to do.
Want to beat the shit out of him? We can beat the shit out of him.
It's like a montage of just kicking and punching and just like,
Yeah.
it's just taking it.
Just
I
jump
don't-
him.
I don't want it to
Attack.
affirm us as hostile, because then hope is lost.
Yeah.
If these things are neutral and they're sorting through like 6 million queries or however many it was, we can basically put them at bay. Not only can we do that, but if we can instill in them consciousness, if we can teach them our ways, they might turn on their creators. Were they created by the meat? I don't know.
Do you know
Created by the meat.
what, Simon, when I left Construct Island, the last I saw of Air, he was starting to get wiped, right? I don't think did I fully see his life leave his eyes? Or was that when I left?
As you were leaving, he was just sort of like, bah, and then he turned off.
What if, and this is a big if, I don't think this really happened, but thinking optimistically, what if whatever corrupted Air corrupted whatever was trying to overwrite him? Because I never saw what happened after that moment. Do you know what I mean?
check.
Whatever we did, something corrupted Error. Error might corrupt other things that connect to him.
So you're saying we could positively corrupt things?
I'm not sure. I'm just throwing this out there of I'm not actually sure. I'm assuming Error got completely wiped, but what if he had the possibility to infect other constructs? And I don't really know what that looks like, but just a thought. I'm not sure.
What did Zal say about Zal's infection and how the Error was behaving as a construct?
I believe Zal thought it was strange that
Okay,
they were
so-
behaving the way it was.
Okay, so even the thing that knows everything was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Because, wait, so let me, again, put all these dots together. We put
Lot
a
of dots.
weird liquid on its, I'm going to keep calling it its USB port for lack of a better word. But Air already was acting the way he was before we did that, right? He was scared.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it was you being nice to him that warmed him up.
But I can't be nice to this construct. Right now it's giving nothing, you know? Air at least already was in a state that could be welcomed, you know? Because we could go chase down this red liquid, try and recreate it. I don't think that's going to give us how Air was when we found him, though. So we need to find out, how did Air end up that way?
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna turn to the construct. I'm gonna open the tent first, turn to the construct, and say, "Command, connect to Watcher Unit Designation Error."
Oh.
It doesn't respond to you.
That didn't work. I'm out of ideas.
I think the problem is that this thing isn't connected to the big guy. I'm so bad with names at this point. I'm sorry, Simon.
The thing that you're talking to didn't really give you a name. Because it doesn't need one, apparently.
But that was the thing that, I think that's what he was trying to tell me, but, like, I didn't understand it in the moment of, like, as soon as it left that area, like once it's disconnected, it's very useless to try and have it communicate anything.
Well, I'm going to try Fool's Insight, see if reading its mind does anything.
Okay. You cast Fool's Insight on it. It does not have a mind to read.
Yep, figured as much. Wait, hold on. Did that work on error, or did the same thing happen?
I don't know if we've ever tried.
I always try that, though.
Then it must not have worked.
Yes, these metallic constructs are, well, difficult for us to comprehend.
What if...
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, this has nothing to do with anything. I was just gonna say, did anyone check in on Tannen this whole time?
Oh yes, I said that in a year's time I might want to meet with Liz Ricaldi. That was a year ago.
Should we try to reach out to Tannen again? We've still never met him in person.
This is true.
We still have no way of knowing whether or not he's trustworthy.
So, should I send him the old, hey, it's been a year, want to do the thing now?
I'd like to see if we can get him alone first, personally.
Sure.
I wish Discord had like a raise your hand feature.
What's up?
I had a completely different thought. What if we got a hold of not Gary, not Merrick, who's the Mondo. Do you think if we got this thing in Mondo could like do whatever the fuck he does and like fuck him up?
Yeah. Well, I asked Mondo about because we saw like one of those metal robot things that suck life out of you in the Underdark place, and I asked him about it, and that was the last time I spoke to Mondo, and he was interested in it.
I bet he'd be very interested in this thing if we brought it to him.
When did you ask him?
Like
a while ago.
Yeah,
while we were down in Tetscats, right?
Like in person?
Dream.
In Dream.
Dream, okay.
Yeah, we don't even know where Mondo is. We don't have any contact with him right now, I don't think.
No.
I want to scry on Mondo right now.
Right now.
I remember I tried to give orders to Error.
Sure. What's the DC on your intruder right now? Because you ate the orb, right? You ate the ball.
Why would you say it like that?
You ate the ball.
Okay, Missy, you vored the thing, right? No, Simon, I didn't eat the ball.
You consumed the orb, right?
Shut up!
So what is it currently? It's 17. Okay. Yeah, because you acquiesced the sphere, this will take your Eye of Truth to do, but you will also gain the benefits of Eye of Truth while looking through it, which I put in.
Oh, that's perfect, because it's out of character. I've been saying since day fucking one that something's up with Mondo, because I remember the first time we ever met the Four Corners, it was Gary, Claudine, Merrick, and a little red-headed nerdy kid.
Wait, what just happened?
I've been talking. I brought this up with Simon too. Like Mondo was not one of the original corners.
Right.
Yeah, when we first met, it was like a little human with red hair, and he looked like really nerdy, and we've heard Mondo's voice, and suddenly the next time we see them, he looks the way he looks, and I never had Eye of Truth. Like last time we saw him was in, I think, in the underground market in Obethus, I think, when we met up with Claudine.
When we were trying to fucking save Merrick, that was a long ass time ago.
Yeah, it was. Yes, I want to scry on him right now.
Wait,
Please.
so wait,
Yeah,
what are you suggesting though? Is like his deal just that he like has a fake appearance up?
Yeah, he's wearing a mask that obscures his entire
Oh,
face
yeah,
now.
yeah,
So
yeah. I
There's
believe that.
something up with him, and I'm really curious what it is now.
I believe when you were in the undermarket, and I think you asked like Mondo or Claudine this one time, and Claudine was just like, "Yeah, that's just the thing he just does sometimes." I don't think anyone's actually like pressed into that part of his life. Like, not even the corners apparently. But yeah, you can try.
Look, if there's one thing I'm known well for doing at this point, it's violating their privacy. It's violating the four corners specifically, their privacy. So sure, let's just do the next. Let's just get the next one down.
Okay. I did put this scrying spell in your thing just in case. You don't have anything. I forget there's modifiers of the fucking scrying spell. Jesus. I could have been using this the entire time. Okay. You've heard of the target. I don't know if you call it, you know the target well, but you have met him. You don't have anything from Mondo's, right? Like of him. Like any piece of stuff, any likeness or picture.
Don't think so.
Okay, so it'd just be a straight roll then of wisdom.
Him or me?
Him. It's a saving throw for him. Ooh, his wisdom is not good. Okay. Yeah, this time without using the orb because you don't have it because you ate it. You activate Eye of Truth, and as you focus, you close both your two normal eyes, but the third eye stays open. And as it's a different sensation, instead of your vision being shunted up and then downwards to where you're scrying towards, it sort of just appears there, as if it was always there, as if it's always been staring at the target you've been looking at or been looking for. You find Mondo. Well, maybe. You targeted a Mondo. You targeted the knowledge of the appearance he has. You don't see that appearance. You see kind of just like this medium build, just male, brown skin, dark hair, and just same clothing and everything, same cloak, maybe a little bit smaller now. Sort of just walking through like this blasted, just dry wasteland. Big backpack on. Still has this little floating orb next to him, or more attached to his backpack, I should say. The mask, he still wears a mask, but the mask is different. Before it was just this blank porcelain mask. This one almost looks mirror-like, almost like shifting in color a little bit, like depending on the angle you're looking at, almost like a prism in some ways, where it's like as you're sort of just like leaning left and right, the colors sort of shift from like pink to blue and then it's very prism mirror-like, and is polished to a mirror sheen, and that's the mask he's wearing. And you can see with Eye of Truth that you are in fact looking through an illusion, and that whatever you're looking at currently is his true form. Make a perception check, actually.
Do I get
Yeah,
advantage?
you have advantage because you have Eye of Truth on, and we've recently discovered that you can re-roll one roll of it too, just in case.
Is that for free or?
Oh, actually, that's not
If
for
you
free.
use a
That's
charger,
no. Yeah, that's if you use a burst of knowledge. Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll use one.
Sure.
Okay.
Of course. Okay, 14.
Okay. Yep.
No, here, 15 it is. Okay, it's not that hard to see. He has short black hair. Looks like it's not very well kept, but it's kept. It looks like it's been cut with like a knife, not like a scissors, not like properly kept. You do notice that on the back of his head, it started coming from like his right ear, to, like the center of his head, is this wicked, jagged scar. Like it looks like it hasn't like healed properly. Like it's just been left gaping and open, and it just healed like that.
Huh. Is this guy a human?
It looks human, yeah. Yeah, but most of the equipment that he's been wearing thus far seems like the same-ish. It's just the body is different.
And you're saying the true form is humanoid.
Yes.
So probably not a changeling.
Maybe.
Definitely not a changeling. Especially because changelings, it's not an illusion, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, changeling is like an actual physical change. What you are looking for through is a actual illusion. And like you can see the illusion around him, and it looks like what you think Mondo used to look like. Just like really dark skin, like really long dreadlocks, and like a blank white porcelain mask.
You said he's in like a desert?
Like a really dry looking desert. It looks like sun. Like you're familiar with it. That there's no water here. It is windy, it is dry, and it is the middle of storms. So it is sandstorms, not throughout the year, but most of it. And you're just wading through it. Just head down, sort of like leaning forward, just walking.
The desert's real big, but he is just one guy in an open desert. I wonder how fast we could find him.
Does Zero say that?
Yeah.
Well, if we leave now, we might stand a chance.
Whatever takes priority. I know that was just my suggestion of seeing Mondo or seeing Tannen. I'd rather go sneak up on Tannen than prepare him for a meeting, because I still don't fully trust him personally.
I don't know what priority is. We gotta do something, though. Maybe flip a coin, roll a die.
Is there any other suggestions on what we should do next?
Well, my only two suggestions, either, teleport to wherever the obelisks come from, or we could go to the Blackbeck Quarry and learn a little bit more about the trinket.
Right, the trinket. Yeah, getting into Silnia was not, Forgot that's what we went there for. Well, aside from to drop off the, people who we rescued. At present, I am indifferent, but I do know that I want to go get those fish eventually. So, step one, I will acquiesce to somebody else. All I ask is that we do not try the teleportation right now.
I second that. I'm not down to teleport with the obelisk piece right now. Jenna, is there anything in particular you think we should be doing first?
Not particularly.
If nobody else has ideas, I think that leaves it with Mondo or Tannen. Do we flip a coin?
Flip a coin.
Well, we just scryed on Mondo and we know where he is. I can't scry again, so we don't really know where Tannen is. We could try to ask him, but again, I think personally we should not warn him that we're coming.
No, I agree with that.
That makes sense.
So maybe, go ahead.
I'm disagreeing.
Yeah, let's go for Mondo then.
Yeah. Where'd you?
Yep, Mondo
how were you
sounds
able to
good.
tell where he was?
The desert he was in looked familiar.
Okay. Fucking
Simon,
deserts
can I-
look familiar.
Well, I mean, it
Sand,
could have been
I know
Narset.
the
We don't know what's
sand.
going on in Narset. Can we even scry on people in
know
Narset?
that
Is the whole
sand
thing
anywhere.
protected?
No, I don't think we can. The same with Fen 2. You can't surround anyone in Fen 2. But,
So he's not in our set, because if he was, we wouldn't have been able to see anything.
yeah.
Okay, then I think Sant is probably our best bet.
Simon, were there any, like, landmarks or anything near him that looked familiar?
No, it was middle of a sandstorm. You could see, like, with the Eye of Truth boost in Scrying, you can see a lot further than you normally able to. You still can't see through sand. That is still a physical object, and he just keeping his head down, and it is just a blank, dry, blasted land, like wasteland he's just walking through. So he could literally be anywhere inside.
I'm gonna use sending. I'm gonna send it to him. I'm just gonna be like, where are you right now?
Hi. That's it.
Are you serious? I just wasted it. I only have like 2 third level spell slots, you piece of shit.
Do it again.
No, I only have 2 level 3 spell slots.
Wait, did you use both of them?
That was one of my 2 spell slots. I have to use these things wisely, okay? I think I have a total of like 6 spell slots.
What? Do you think when I draw a pot, we're going to be suddenly assailed by, like, gravekeepers or something?
7, yeah, I have
In
a
fact,
total of 8
Riley is
spell
gonna look
slots
outside.
available.
Look outside.
Yeah.
Make a assassin check.
Do-do-do.
Did you say make an assassin check?
Said perception, but it
Perception
may as well
check.
also be an
I heard
assassin.
him say make an assassin check.
I slur my words sometimes, okay?
Can I get an assassin check, please?
Look outside. Don't see anything of note. You see people walking by. You see the sea spirits doing their damn thing. You can hear the new songs learned by Shanty just off in the distance because you're high ass perception. But no assassins. No one attempting to shoot you or bludgeon you to death.
Nothing out of the ordinary, and the last year has been extremely peaceful as well.
Has Shanty gotten any bigger?
Slightly, probably.
Because, I mean, they reach adulthood at like 12.
Yeah, so that's like 1/12. Yeah. Grew a little bit.
The orphans are probably bigger now too.
Which orphans?
The ones in Fairhaven.
That's a fair question. Which orphans? The ones you rescued or the ones you made?
Or I mean,
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, Sunny's also an orphan. There's that route we could also go in. The Sunny route.
Well, I don't know if Sunny is related to anything other than the Gravekeepers. And, well, we already know they're neutral. They just kill for coin.
I'm gonna use my other sending, and I'm gonna say the exact same question to Claudine.
Well, where are you?
Yeah.
Okay. You get back a pretty immediate response. You just hear Surges go. Making my way back to Lipat. New orders, apparently.
That's it.
Making your way.
Oh, I know in real life only like a month or more, a little more has passed, but it feels like this whole quote year that's passed, I forgot everything we fucked up that we left open ended like the fucking
Well, Lipat is in shambles, or was. Maybe they rebuilt, but they had a fucking flaming demon to deal with on our exit, so, you know, there's probably a lot to fix there.
maybe a little bit.
And then Rether's dead,
Rexons
so
want
that's
us
cool.
dead.
Yeah, the Rexons, they haven't come after us yet, but they probably still want us dead.
They couldn't find us if they tried.
That's true. The Arbiter probably still wants us dead. Although,
Oh,
that's what I was going to ask Zero. Because, Golmud, zero news of any Zodiacs. We've been taking the posters down all the time. I think at some point they stopped coming.
As time goes on, the number of posters have slowly dwindled.
Right. Okay. So
0, but it seems like the sort of hot off the press wanted criminals has been replaced by more active actual criminals doing real things outside in the world now.
right.
And doing real crime.
And I also know for a fact that Hora is completely uninterested in anything that happens on the mainland. So they wouldn't even know who we are.
See, when I first got to Sant, I didn't see a single poster of us whatsoever. As I've traveled through Rias, I did see them still, but yeah, I've seen them fewer and fewer as the years gone by.
And
So-
I've made under the table deals with Jarnhat, so we're okay in that end.
I think just on Altus's part, right?
I think as long as we don't, run around and announce ourselves, hey, we're the fucking Xodiacs, we're probably fine.
At the beginning of the year, I was in Obethus, and some people were following me, but they, they make a move.
Where are we dropping y'all?
Where indeed.
We could.
You know what? Answin, what do you think? As someone who has absolutely no idea what's going on, what seems the most reasonable to you?
Well, it's Tannen character. We don't know where he is, right?
True.
Okay, so well, till we find out, that's out. This Mondo character, do we know where he is?
We have an idea.
An idea, okay. Why do we want to go to this Mondo guy again?
Looks at the construct. He's good with machines.
Yeah, he may be able to make some sense of this. Because we didn't see him after we got Error, right?
No, we haven't seen him.
I don't even think we talked to him about Error.
Yeah, you've barely interacted with him, and he's barely interacted with anybody else since you guys have since the corners have split up.
And he's still isolated from them. Like Gary and Merrick, assuming they're still in the shack together, have not reached out to either of them.
I want them all back together.
That would be very convenient.
Convenient.
Well, what?
We have
The
to,
Zodiac splits and we're back together.
we have to parent trap them back together.
Yeah, and then sort of walks over to the construct and just starts like knocking on the top of its very spherical thing. I'm also pretty curious about this thing. Just generally, it's not like Error, so for that, I'd say either your friend Mondo or heading back, seeing if they have any further insight. The robot things.
Well, what do we want? Extreme hot or extreme cold?
Hot.
You know what? Yeah, let's go to Sant. I haven't fished there yet. Maybe there's like a sandfish.
Simon, have I heard of a sandfish?
Make a history check. You've ate fish.
You've ate sand.
You've ate sand. You've ate sand and you ate fish. You've consumed them separately, not a sandfish.
I haven't heard any legends about a sandfish either, but I didn't hear any legends about a cloud jumper, and I found one.
Well,
Can't hurt to try. At least I have my, fish detector at my side.
Well,
Do you need me to take us there?
I can take us there now.
Can you? I thought the helmet only did one person at a time.
No. It does. It does the teleport spell basically.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yep.
Wait, hold on. Let's get on the ship first. Actually, wait, no,
Can
that's
we
stupid.
take
We
this
should.
ship with us?
Oh, we can take the ship with us with the dragon, and then the dragon carries the ship, and we can park it somewhere. I don't know. Chris, do you want to put it in a pocket dimension?
I don't think it could fit in there.
Too big, huh? Okay.
I don't know what the rules are with teleporting items. I don't know if it has to fit in a certain area, certain size.
It usually does.
Oh.
Yeah, so for teleporting a whole item, it's like you just forgo teleporting creatures entirely, except yourself, I think. And it has to fit within like a specific size. Yeah.
My ship! You know what? We have to go out to sea eventually anyway. I think we can park her here for now.
Yeah, should be nice and safe here.
It's true.
Just come back, it's a smoldering wreck. So, Saunted is then?
I'm down.
I will take out one of my mini knickknacks from Fentu at this point, and I will use one of my charges on my helmet to teleport us to Sand. Sorry, to Fentu.
Before that, Riley will peek his head out of the tent. All right, Sea Spears, thanks for the business. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, you just hear various, just like, bye, Riley. And you see, you hear just shanties continue singing and everything, and just like works in the same bye, Riley into the same, into the rhythm. They're, at this point, they're more or less used to you coming and going.
Right.
All right, so you teleport to Fentu.
Wait, before that happens, because I don't know this in character. Wait! Where's Polaris?
Oh, it's true. I don't think Jenna outwardly just told us what she did with the dragon.
I'm like, oh, he's parked out in the woods. I know he's not, but I wanna do my new trick.
What? Then we should go get him, right? Or teleport there?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's do that. He'll drop Tiny Hut.
Okay, you drop Tiny Hut, and like the gray boil that is the hut fades, and then as you are just begin to walk out into the small wooded area outside of Gulmud, on the way out, you just hear various townspeople just going like, "Bye, Riley! Bye, Riley! Bye, Riley!"
Farewell, everyone.
Yeah, just a well-known celebrity figure. Yeah, and you go into the same woods you've all parked in Polaris a couple times.
Jana's just letting this happen.
Yeah, as you walk out the next like 20 minutes or so.
I'm not gonna pop him up
to the
in the
woods.
city either. We do have to kind of like step out anyway.
Well, you could just teleport with him in the ball.
Wait, what?
No, Jana wants to do the thing.
Yeah.
All right.
wants to
Well,
do
I'm
the
not. Riley doesn't know any better, so continue.
I can't teleport. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is good RP.
Lying, like a liar.
Once we're on the woods, Janice is gonna go like, "Oh no, I left him right here. Where is he?"
Do you pull your car keys and like start like honking for him?
Yeah, I'm like looking in my pockets. I'm like just calling him Polaris, Polaris.
Oh no, Riley's gonna like start casting sending.
Oh, what
Not gonna
happens when
stop
that
him?
happens?
Do you want to find out, or are you going to stop him?
I want to see what happens.
All right, Riley will cast sending to Polaris. Hey, where'd you go, buddy?
Does anything happen?
It's a 10% chance to not go there, right?
I think it's 5%.
5? It's 5 or 10.
honest- I don't know. It's a low percent chance.
Okay. Well, I don't think that's it anyway. Yeah. Yeah. And you just hear back in a very deep Polaris voice. Yeah, you haven't heard Polaris in a while. It's kind of, it tingles the back of your brain. Ah, Master Riley. Master Jana has put me inside the ball.
He'll like drop to his knee and be like, "Oh my god. Oh. You knew the whole time?"
I didn't know you'd be this upset, although it is really funny.
Well, you got me.
Do you want to throw the ball up, Riley? And she hands it to him.
How
really
does this work?
cool. You're gonna toss it up, and then the button will kind of release up in the air, and this is gonna be really cool. Trust me.
He will attempt to do that.
You have to flip your hat backwards, otherwise it won't work.
He flips his scarf backwards because he is not wearing a hat.
Yeah, give us the magic words too.
Well, there's a baseball cap also on your head now, no matter what.
Wait, is there actually, like,
I
you
don't
get the
know.
ball in one
I don't
manifest?
know. There doesn't have to be. I like your scarf, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be the greatest fishing master the world has ever seen! I gotta catch 'em all!
Do you have to say, Polaris go?
Alright,
Yes.
he will say the magic word as he flips his scarf and throws the ball. Polaris, go!
Yeah, as the ball goes upward, it cracks in half as this red beam erupts out. This red energy as like this high-pitched whining happens as Polaris, the red beam takes the shape of Polaris as Polaris shows up, landing on the ground heavily. Polaris.
Riley will turn and be like, huh, pocket dragon.
Isn't this way more convenient than just, like, letting Polaris roam and try and hide him and everything? I don't know
No,
why
you
we
stole
didn't
the
think of
words
this
right out
earlier.
of my mouth.
I don't know why we didn't think of this earlier.
Things are very convenient lately. I like all the convenience. Shame about the ship. Alright, well, let's get on the dragon then.
Can I put the boat in a ball? I
It's
know
not a
the answer
creature.
is no. It could be. I don't know. Anyway, enough.
We should find
it's-
another house stick and make it one.
A living ship and a living dragon. Okay, so you're teleporting to Fentu.
Wait, are we leaving the dragon out?
We're
teleporting
teleporting
on
on
the
the dragon, right?
I don't know what we can do.
Okay, if we're teleporting with the dragon out, I don't want to teleport to like my bedroom like I have been in the past. I'll teleport to like a little bit outside the city entrance.
Wait, why do we
Yeah,
need
that
Polaris
makes-
out if we're teleporting?
This
We
is what
don't-
I asked.
Oh, I didn't think this
I was
far
like,
ahead.
I was like, you could have just I was like, what I thought would have been funny was,
I
you know,
didn't
we're getting
realize
ready to
the full
teleport,
scope. I'm sorry.
but we don't have the dragon, and I'm like, oh fuck, we need to go get our dragon. We can't leave that behind. And then you went with it the whole time, spent 20 minutes walking out to the forest, but we could have just teleported.
Oh wait, oh
I
shit.
didn't. I'm sorry. I don't get the teleportation stuff is so OP at this point. I really don't know sometimes what we can and can't do. Polaris can go
That's
back
fair
in the
enough.
ball.
That's valid. No, it's valid.
I wasn't thinking the whole plan through. Okay.
That reminds me, you guys can meet my other two friends now.
You have other friends?
Is
That
that a
sounded mean.
surprise,
That
Jana?
sounded mean.
Is that a surprise, Jana?
No, Jana has like
You
jealousy.
met Yule, did you?
Jana has like jealousy in her voice.
I thought we were your only friends.
But what about Leland? And aggravated.
Zero's friends. One is your mom. And I guess we'll find out who number 2 is. Okay, let's go.
I guess.
We gotta stop.
I guess.
beating
I'll,
on Zero.
I guess I'll just keep getting bullied. Let's go.
As your friend and friend having zero friend teleports to Fentu using the what do we call it? The transportation turban.
Yeah.
Cool. What are you teleporting within specifically?
If the dragon is not out, I'll teleport us to just kind of like the main square area, like down at the bottom between the two mountains.
Okay. I don't think I have the map out. That's okay. I'll just leave it there for now. Yeah, as you just teleport to Ventu, immediately all of you are hit with the heat wave that is sought. As it got a lot dustier in the month of Storm. A lot more bustling than last time you've been here. Actually, you see, it's still midday, 2 o'clock, you see people running about. You see people just up on the network Sparta-like web of bridges or rope bridges that span across the mountain pass. You see people coming in and out of the various holes out of the walls. You see people with baskets carrying goods. You see a lot more goods here. Spices, even like the people are living good here, compared to when people were starving and dying on the streets. And it is a bustling town center currently, if a bit dusty, as you're sort of having to squint your eyes trying to keep the dust out. But apparently it doesn't bother these people very much. Can't see quite as far. Yeah, Ventu's yours.
We did this.
I mean,
It
I
has
did
definitely
very
changed a lot.
little. I did very little. Good work, Zero.
I didn't do much. I just stole. Literally it. Doing what I do best. But let me go find your boy real quick. I'm out of fucking sending, because of course I am. Does one of you want to use the relaying stone and ask Salith where Agrabane is? Because wherever he is, his brother will also be there.
I guess I could do that. Wait, Salith has your stone?
Yeah.
Huh. Alright, well. Riley will speak into the thing.
She's
Hi,
my
Salith.
My personal assistant.
Do you know where Agrabane? And he'll like sound confused. Agrabane. Do you know what his brother is?
No, just Agrabane.
Oh, why did I hear brother?
I said wherever he is, his brother is also gonna be there.
Oh, okay. So we are looking for his brother.
You're not wrong.
All of this is being recorded, by the way.
Send to everyone else. Just, like, fucking rocks too.
Yeah, everyone gets it too, and like you see this very long way to just like. Wait, I thought his brother was. Wait, are we are looking? Okay.
Yeah, sure. We'll send that scuffed message. Why not?
Yeah. Sailor doesn't respond, and you just hear. You haven't heard Sailor's voice in a while. You haven't seen her for a whole full year. I haven't really like had her around for that long either. But you get a message back. All of you do really, but only really one of you needs to answer it. You hear back. Hi. I think Agrabane and Tild are at their home currently. Just resting. Tells you I said hi. That's about it.
They seem to be at
Alrighty.
home, resting.
Time to go disturb their fucking peace. Let's go. Let's go, gang. Follow the fucking leader. Let's go.
All right, Riley will start very obviously marching, like the toy soldier march.
I can disturb the peace.
No. That's okay.
Oh,
That's okay.
Simon.
You deserve to take a day off today, Chris.
Yes.
Just retroactively, how many fish would I have on me? Should I do a check?
Are you fishing for like the whole year?
Yeah, oh, yeah. And obviously it's being like used progressively.
Right. How much fish do you want?
Let's go 20.
You have 25.
All right. 25 fish. All right, we're good.
Okay. But following Zero's lead, climbing up the several rope ladders, going across the bridges, you eventually come to the various living quarters of Fentu, this sort of network of linked hallways and like carved out rooms with really no doors and just mostly beads or curtains, just something to separate the threshold from the hallway to the room itself. Even to find one that looks exactly like the other ones, but Zero knows the way. A sort of red and blue drapery sort of like separates the room from the hallway as Zero sort of walks in. And as you all follow in, you see two tieflings currently in the midst of a meal. It's a sparsely decorated room. There's not like a whole lot here, other than the essentials mostly. You see a very hulking fucking red tiefling, like this beefcake of a man, pretty much Merrick but taller. Sort of like a black mullet with like these white yellow bull horns sort of jutting out. Built as fuck. And you see a thinner blue tiefling, sort of long blue-black hair. Sort of like a wide scarf just around the neck, but lowered it a little bit just to eat. And yeah, they're just dressed casually, just normally. As they both just look at you, just walk in. Agrabin looks to you, Zero, and eventually looks to the rest of you as you all walk into this very humble abode. Not very big at all. You can see pretty much every room of the house in a single gaze where you are. Agrabin sort of just goes, it just gets up, walks towards you, Zero. What is this?
Sorry. Were you busy? Were you doing something important? Sorry.
Looks back to it looks like some sort of oatmeal, very, very simple meal. He looks back towards you. No, I guess not.
I wanted to really quick introduce you to the friends I've been traveling with. They helped get the supplies to tend to when we first brought the rations and everything. Just wanted to introduce you guys to one of my old friends who helped to train me in fighting and stealing and that. He's not very dexterous, but he can punch.
Well, I'm not very good at punching, but I'm pretty dexterous. Hello, Riley of the Xodiacs.
Yeah, and the large red tiefling, Agrabin, sort of just like looks you up and down, Riley, and just holds out a hand.
He'll take it.
And he shakes your hand. Like it's a firm fucking grip. And like it's very calloused hands too. You can look down and with your perception, very, very calloused, hard punching knuckles. And you see where it just goes, well, if you helped in the city, you have my thanks.
I think 5,000 gold is a pretty good investment.
I think it's worth a bit more than that, but thank you. So it looks over to the other two of you.
Yep, I'm Chrysostomus. Powerful wizard.
He sort of takes your hand as well, if you shake it.
Yeah, I'll shake it.
Yeah, he shakes your hand. He just goes, yeah, it shows in your hands. You have very soft hands. Wizard's hands.
Fucking nerd.
Wizard's hands.
No retort. Okay. Oh,
The touch of death.
do you cast a spell now?
I guess
I was joking, but you know.
no, I won't cast anything too crazy. I'll just
Meteor
I'll just
swarm.
conjure up I don't know, a dagger.
Yep, you just sort of conjure up a dagger, and as like mid handshake, a dagger sort of appears in his hands, and he sort of just goes, "Okay, maybe that's more useful than I thought." Sort of just holds the dagger blade first, hands it back to you. Yeah, and Jenny sort of just leans down towards you. He's a hulking figure. As he sort of just holds his hand out as well.
Jaya will shake it and just introduce herself.
Yeah. Shakes your hand. and just stands up, sits back on the table, sort of a little more casually, and just goes, "I am Agrabin. That's Tild, my brother."
Nice.
And the Tild sort of just holds a hand up. No words.
General just kind of nod.
Yeah, he nods back. Polite enough. He's Agrabin starts looking around the room, gets up. Are you guys staying for lunch? Or is this just... What is this?
Yeah, Zero, what are we doing?
I just wanted to come say hi, bud. Do you want to share your bowl of oatmeal there with us? And I'll take a spoon. Just pass it around for us. I'm like smirking at him as I say this.
Does Riley pick up on the sarcasm?
With your perception, probably.
Yeah, okay. Well, perhaps if you tire of oatmeal, I've got something a little bit more protein filled and like hold out a fish.
Yeah, Agrabin sort of just goes, "No, I'm okay. I don't like fish." Till just walks up and grabs it and starts going to the kitchen immediately.
Well, somebody has appreciation.
Well, if you're staying for lunch, I have more oatmeal and I guess fish now.
We're not. We just wanted to bother you. Okay, bye. I'm gonna like punch him in the shoulder and then turn and head out.
Yeah, as you're turning your head out, he punches you square in the shoulder blades.
Excellent.
It's gonna leave a bruise.
That's fine.
Yeah. And as you walk out, the sound of frying fish and the smell of fish begin to just waft through the section of the hallway you're in currently.
That's fun. That's fun. The smell of fish down here in these closed off tunnels.
It does travel. Hear Agrabin complain about the smell.
Anyways,
Riley's got a smirk on his face.
sorry for the detour. Just wanted to introduce you guys, but I guess the best we can do is just start looking in the desert. There wasn't really anything obvious around him, so might have to put our handy dandy ranger to the test and see if we can find a guy in a really big fucking desert.
Are we traveling by foot or dragon?
We probably would have to do dragon. I feel like we can't do it by foot.
Well, you get another scry tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good enough.
Oh my god.
You could always cast sending to him too and see what he says to you, because he gave me nothing to work with.
I feel like mine would probably be the same. Especially if we go the route of, "Hey, we have a surprise for you. Check out this cool robot." I don't think he'll like that. In fact, I don't see this going well, but if we ambush him, he kind of doesn't have a choice. What's he gonna do, run away? Especially, at the juicy prospect of a new toy to play with.
Yeah, and if he runs away, we'll just beat him up.
I don't think we have to do that.
1,000 feet is not a lot, right? I have to still be pretty close.
No. That would be like, you could see 1,000 feet ahead of you.
But I have to see it still. Right, yeah, it's not a lot.
You're in a desert, in a sandstorm, so like, if there's something around that you can't see, you'll still ping it. Yeah, so you're taking the dragon out.
Here, if you guys want to take the dragon in one kind of general, like, we don't have to separate too far, but we can kind of, I think, cover more land if we go in the same direction, maybe like 1,000 feet or so, spread apart. And then I can have Isaac with me, and I have my rug I can ride.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Or however you guys want to do this, I don't care. Yeah, I don't want to waste y'all's time by making it longer than it has to be.
Sure.
No objections.
Yeah, we can just. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, well, so you're making like a net of people.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so so someone gonna go into the ground, or just the dragon? Are y'all flying in the dragon?
I think Zero just wanted to be like closer to the ground on the carpet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Riley will look out the window with Zoom Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll have Azek out here too with me, kind of scouting ahead.
I'll look out with the Giselle rifle.
Well, that's one application for it, certainly.
He's been using a telescope for a little bit now. How big is this thing? It's a lot. Okay. Yeah. The only real tell you have where he is just the landscape looks familiar, pretty much, like the environment. It's not as it's not a big country, but it's a country. It's a whole thing. So this might be a multi-day process.
We are prepared for that.
Yeah, and I'll
Okay.
scry every day.
Sure. Cool. So for the first day, everyone make either perception or survival checks.
Perception was the first choice.
Yes, or survival, your choice.
Well, we are definitely perceiving today, so we will know.
Is this based on smell?
In the current context of where you are currently, unless you're on the ground, no.
Okay. No.
Yeah, so it'd be a straight roll. Jeezums Christo.
Come on, Giorgio.
Azek got a 20, not natural.
Okay. A dirty 20, as it is called.
Giorgio might not get a roll. Hoshida's not loading for me right now.
Okay. He's a
Only
bear.
the-
Bears
yeah.
have okay eyesight. Okay, but not stellar. Okay. The first day, you spend the most of the day. Do I have a? I do. Oh, first my okay. All right, cool. Yeah, it is hot. On the first day, you already didn't have too much daylight, so like after a couple of hours, you're already pushing evening, and then the sun's pretty much gone, and finding anything in the dark in the desert in the middle of a sandstorm is basically impossible. But the first day, you're looking for stuff, and like you see interesting things on the way there. You see some natural desert predators. You see just other people walking around, whether they're just like on like some sort of like pilgrimage or just traveling from one place to another. A few caravans. A couple of sand skiffs sort of just skirting across the wastes, more or less. Get hauling ass in the sandstorm, but like one wrong move and they could just be tumbling ass over tea kettle. Everything just torn to shreds. But the first day, don't see Mondo. No artificer to be spotted. All right.
We
Night
try again.
Okay. Night comes to a close. Anything to be done during the nighttime, or just long resting till the morning?
Cook a fish so that they do not spoil.
You cook fish.
That's it. Actually, I got nothing else.
Fish has been cooked.
Yum.
Okay. So flying on Polaris and just flying generally, you do travel quite a bit further out. Yeah, but who knows how long it'll take with how much ground you still have to cover. You're scrying on Mondo again? And on the Dawn?
Yeah.
Okay. Straight roll. Today he saves it.
Bitch.
Oh, pretty good. That's what was a 19, 18. Yeah. So as you attempt to scry, you don't get any insight on where he is. Your vision fails you as it just blocked by sand, and you just get no bearing necessarily where he is. Everyone make perception checks again.
Jana, you're gonna do it. You're gonna do so good, Jana.
Are you pep talking your D&D character? Hey, you did it. It
Better
worked.
than before.
What the fuck was that?
Isaac got a dirty 20.
Okay. Let me put on some wind. Actually, that seems cool. There we go. That won't be annoying. Okay. Yeah, traveling further out. Second day. Or more of the same. Travelers. You see some, what kind of looks like just roving, marauding bands of some sort. Which, you know they are roving, marauding bands that like to pick over the scraps of anything lost in the desert. And you see a fairly large band of them, like 20 strong or so, and they're just,
Jeez.
yeah, walking through, just with more or less just scraps of what they've stolen or taken from other people, dead or alive. And you see them, they don't look up. They can't really without getting blasted in the face with sand. Look, no Mondo.
Can I get closer and to check them out?
The bandits?
Yeah.
You can if you want to.
Yeah, I'm just a bit.
Yeah, as you swoop in a bit, they don't look up. They look in. They're, yeah, clad head to toe in just very thick cloth, some leather, all armed with kind of shoddy materials. About 20 strong. They're just like walking forward. No camels or any like beast of burden. They're just themselves and whatever they can carry. Yeah, they have a reputation of being kind of unpredictable, and it just sort of varies from person to person, really, or group to group. It's like they could be immediately hostile, they could not be, they could just, yeah, they could just be.
Do I see any tieflings in here?
Make a perception check. Jesus, that's 2 in a row.
Not 20 and a not 1. Perfect.
A few, not much. It looks like a mixed band. Like of the 20 of them, maybe like 7 of them are tieflings. The rest are humanoids of other races. Hard to tell exactly what, if they're just human or half elves or full elves, but like most of them aren't like short, but like you can only tell the 7 are tieflings because of the horns.
Diversity. Nice.
The diversity hires.
I just remembered we still have Fury and Millid this whole time.
Yep, they're still in there.
Do we want to check on them at all?
Probably.
Wait,
Just
what are we
something.
doing?
Well, nothing yet. We should drop by and give them some fish, though.
The horses you left.
For over a year.
Yeah. Right. is very funny because it's just like, yeah, Fury
Can they
like
just-
is the you get.
Can they just live in Polaris? Just like living the good life?
They could live on the ship. There's enough room for horses
I
on the
don't
ship.
know if horses love being on water.
That's true.
Yeah.
Fair. And also, I don't know if they love being up in the air either, though. But we should go do something about them.
We could probably just release them, right? When are we going to need horses for travel again?
Yeah, I remember when you guys left for Thane, like teleported to Sylnia. Like Fury offered to like, yeah, take care of your horses till you return a year later. No word.
They probably think we just died.
All right. Do we want to release them?
Kind of.
Are we in agreement? Is it more than just me and Jana?
I mean, I don't really care too much about the other horses. I think the other horses we could just give them to people and they'll take care of them.
But what
and
about
just
your
have-
horse, Riley? You had a special bond with it.
That's what I mean. That's an intelligent horse. He's not just like a horse.
He's like a demon horse.
He's like, yeah,
I
but he's
bet
like
he
smart.
could be put in the dragon.
True.
He's a friend.
Can we just like go? We have like magic bullshit. Can we not like build them like a horse utopia somewhere?
Get your fucking
actually-
Pokeballs. Let's put him in a Pokeball.
Because I only
I
have so
actually-
many. Like I don't have enough for them all.
I actually had the plan that the fortress would actually have an outside area that would include stables, but I haven't actually hired anyone to build those stables yet.
Well, we could leave them outside the fortress.
That's an idea. Oh, I also I don't know how well this environment would do for a horse rather than like a camel, but I mean, you could always bring them to Fentu and leave them here. Like they'll use them. That's what I'll do with my horse anyway. I don't know which one's mine, but one of them's supposed to be mine, I guess. I don't know.
Let's get that sorted after the Mondo thing then.
Okay. No Mondo on the second day either. Yeah. The night passes and the day rises again. Are you scrying on Mondo?
Yes.
Okay. 12. Okay. You peer through again. The vision just appearing where he is. Again, seeing through the illusion. He's still marching. Though the area around him, it's still sandy. There's still sandstorms around. Month of storm, yay. It's not just yellow cracked sand or dirt anymore. It looks like sheet white.
Like the White Plains?
Like the White Plains.
Okay.
Neat. We're close.
Interesting. In that direction, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, as you begin to head that direction. Ever make one final perception check. Hey, there we go.
Technically, I think I'd be at advantage because I have Zoom Zoom.
I don't think Zoom Zoom grants you advantage, but it does grant you the ability to perceive things you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Never mind. I will take that.
As
I'm
it got a
26.
22.
Okay. I could be wrong with Zoom Zoom, but I think that's what it is. It allows you to like, zoom in and see things as opposed to like using your shitty little like 2 pounds of jelly in your face. Okay. That's been rolling pretty good. Yeah, Riley, Zero, and Jana would notice. And while you've seen a bunch of travelers around here as well, and once you enter the threshold of the White Plains, it's As you sort of go lower, you can see that the yellow sandblast is compacted and just dried dirt and sand just sort of mixed together. It becomes stark white the more you enter the White Plains. If there was sun, it'd be almost blinding. If it rained, it'd be like a mirror. But currently, it is just a white, just very salty flat, more or less. As the day wears on, several hours going through it, just a stark white. You see a couple of workers just dragging beast of burden camels with like carts on the back, just with a bunch of like gathered salt. They begin to like push off and begin to make their way back to the cities for trade, or perhaps going to one of the port cities to trade it there, maybe. But there's also a singular figure just walking through, and a little bulkier, just from equipment. Kind of similar green cloak. Little built, a little taller. Looks a little familiar. Okay. I'm assuming you're all descending down to go look at this figure.
Well, if we agree that, oh, hey, that kind of looks like him, let's go.
I wanna pull my hood up so you can't see it's me on my magic carpet, and I wanna like run up on him and like block his way like 20 feet in front of him, like I'm trying to rob him or something.
You want to mug Mondo?
I'm not gonna mug him. I just want to like cut him off like in an intimidating fashion. I want to mess with him.
We're unironically here to harass him anyway, so may as well.
I would like to simply pull up on my magic carpet and like block his path and just like look at him and have my face and shit concealed, but I'm trying to intimidate him to some extent.
Okay. As you roll up, sort of like you're about to kidnap him, kind of just like screech on in your magic carpet.
Drifting in my carpet.
Yeah, drifting in your carpet.
Nani?
Kanzei Drifto. Yeah, you sort of just roll up. The figure just stops. With the Eye of Truth, he looks like how you've seen him before. Yeah, look, it's Mondo. With a sort of blank white porcelain mask with little eye slots. Very built, dark skin. Laden with equipment. You see the pack on his back sort of hiss a little bit, and you just lose vision of him. Just goes. Just missing.
Damn, I can't use Eye of Truth, right?
No, because you used it to
scrying eye, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Talent. God damn it.
Do we notice this happen as well? Because I assume we got vision on them. All right.
Yeah, Jana and Riley would have vision as well. You see Zero roll up in there, and then you see Mondo just vanish.
All right. Well, gonna get Polaris to go down then.
I'm gonna also cast invisibility on. Wait, does my rug go invisible too or no?
I don't think so, because you're not wearing it or wielding it. You're on it.
Damn.
Did we just lose Mondo?
Here, I'm gonna hop off the carpet and I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to just make a beeline for the direction I just saw him in, just like Get Out style, running straight for that spot.
Sure. You're running straight for that spot. Make an athletics check.
Oh.
Yeah, you beeline straight for that spot. You just start waving your arms around. You don't feel anything. Just the wind. Yeah. What y'all do?
I'm gonna cast project image, and I'm gonna send my my double down, and like just while the dragon is on its way down, I'm gonna look around with Zero. I'm gonna look for like footprints.
Okay. Does project image? What does project image do?
It's the thing I use to talk to Tannen.
I I think it's kind of like Find Familiar, where he can like look through its eyes.
I can.
Oh, I thought that was mislead, but
It's both. Project
okay.
image is like way stronger though.
Oh, because it lasts like longer and you can go further, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as you go down there, make a perception check.
Perception.
Yeah, looking around. You don't see any sign of Mondo.
No sign of footprints.
No.
Did we see him just a minute ago?
Yeah.
Can I cast...
And then he disappeared.
Can I cast my spell? Locate creature?
You may if you want to.
Yes.
What are there any limitations on that spell? Let me see here. I don't think there are.
I don't even need to see it. He just has to be within 1,000 feet of me.
Oh, that's crazy.
Jesus. Okay. Since looking up, now locate object, locate creature. Let's see here.
As long as I've seen Mondo at least once in my life.
Yeah, which you have.
Oh wait, is he using a polymorph spell? Did we know that?
We have no
confirm?
idea.
And we don't know
Yeah.
what spell he's using. I probably would have communicated that, yeah, he has an illusion up.
Okay.
Yeah. You do ping. If you're looking for Mondo specifically,
Yeah.
you're within 100 feet of him. You do ping. You get a direction, but you don't get like a specific location. And you're currently on the dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's around. You can sense him.
Alright, you sense the direction to the creature's location. If the creature is
Yes.
moving, you know the direction of its movement. So if I just have a sense, I'd like to go that way.
Okay. Yeah, as you direct Polaris to fly in that direction, the model's currently moving east. And be currently below you, because you're on Polaris above. And very much like the mammoth one, where it's like eventually you get like above and it just points directly down, and it's hard to tell exactly where he is, but yeah, you're sort of circling above the point where Mondo is generally.
Can we go like
with
a
Polaris.
dive in close, like really close to the ground?
Yeah,
Start
you
scanning
plummet.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are handles in the house, so the people inside don't splat. Anton is
You're gonna have to
absolutely-
brace Riley. He has no idea what's going on up there.
Yeah, rather make an acrobatics check.
Do-do.
You're good. So suddenly the house goes almost 90 degrees vertical, as the walls become the floor and the floor become the walls. But you manage to catch yourself. The furniture, despite being like loose when you're touching it, sticks in place while it's descending, almost like
imagine-
freezing the legs in place.
So it's not less that Riley caught himself and more that he just was kind of in the right place at the right time.
Sure, if you want to rule like that.
Yeah, he does. Again, he's projecting his image, so he has no idea what the fuck's going on the dragon.
This is true, actually.
Will I have to make an acrobatics check?
Oh, if you're on the dragon, yes.
Yeah, I'll be on the dragon.
Sure. Voluntarily being on the dragon. You're fine. Like, yeah, you two also in the right spot for a time. You're nearby a window, and the window just became the floor, so you don't fall necessarily. You sort of just like rotate over.
Do I see Polaris going in a certain direction?
East-ish, like you're kind of in the same spot. Like you're all visible within each other. So yeah, you can see Polaris.
If Riley can see Polaris from his image, then he's gonna snap back to the real Riley and make sure he's safe.
Yep, you're currently like sat in a chair.
Oh,
And the chair is like frozen to spot, so it don't fly over the place.
this is convenient. He snaps back to the image, and then he's gonna run after Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris begins to sort of not take off east, but begin to nosedive east, and it begins to like once Polaris is like 30 feet from the ground, so he doesn't crash into the floor. It sort of stops and begins to hover, sort of just slowly following the direction that Janet dictates.
Is Zero still invisible?
Yeah.
Zero, where'd you go?
Are you on the dragon or are you still projecting?
That was the project. It's both, so that'd be project saying that.
Can we not send Mondo any messages?
We could, but
You
the
could.
entire point of this is to like catch him by surprise, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking with them. God damn it, I used my fucking scrying
I don't have any dispelling abilities, so
We should. I'm gonna like go out or like call out the window, like it's us, the Zodiacs.
and then he starts screaming even louder.
eye. We hear the sound of someone running. Wait, does Janice still have fairy fire? This spell?
Fairy Fire is a spell.
I don't think I have it prepared though. Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay.
What you guys done?
And I think he's seen us, right? He's like running away from us. We're in a giant dragon. He hasn't not seen us.
I have no idea what the plan is. He's running after the dragon. That's it.
He's coming towards us or running away?
Riley is towards the dragon with his image until something happens.
Yeah, so currently Jenna and Chris are on the dragon. Riley's also on the dragon, but using a spell that projects like an illusion that he can pretty much see and speak through. And Zero is currently close-ish on the ground. On a flying carpet.
Can I? I'm not on the flying carpet right now. I'm just on foot. And I'm invisible. Can I combine the use of Azic's perception with my agility and try to see if I can track him down despite not being able to see him?
You can try, but it's like it'll be hard to focus on Azic's sight while moving your body.
No. I want him to tell me if he sees anything. While I'm also looking at the ground, trying to see if I can find footprints or anything like that. I know it's sandy and windy and everything, but just something. Since I'm the only one down here, like on ground level.
You can try.
What do you want me to roll?
Make a perception check for Azic.
That's a 19.
Okay. Okay. Azic does spot faint tracks. They're almost immediately blown away by the wind. But he does spot them.
I want to make a beeline for that direction if you can show me where.
Yeah, and just like, as you're sort of running, he can probably keep track of you as well. And he sort of is giving you directions like left, right, ahead. Make an athletics check.
Oh, hold on. Shit. Sorry, I refreshed my page. Hold on.
Okay. You, as you're sort of giving directions, you bump into something. You sort of reach out, you grab a cloak, but then it slips out of your grasp, and you just lose sight of it again.
This is dumb. I think out of frustration, I will just yell that out. Like, dude, this is so fucking dumb. We just want to talk to you.
Make a persuasion check.
Sorry.
Don't hear a response. What are y'all doing?
Can I?
Shoot at Mondo.
Well, I was gonna do dispel magic.
Oh.
It only says a creature within range.
Does he need to be able to see them?
It doesn't in the description. It just says within range.
Spell magic. Magical effect within range. Okay. What level are you casting this at?
I'll cast it at level 5.
Okay. That'll do it. As Zero, you shout that out, and you hear a response. Chris, you sort of lean out the window and begin to cast the spell magic, sort of feeling the inklings of arcane energy sort of just emanating from just blasted desert. Wind howling, you just focus all your efforts into one spot and find a little thread of magic down there. You pluck it as the entire weave of arcane energy begins to unravel. As Zero, you just suddenly see Mondo just appear, who sort of just like turns around sheepishly and looks at you. He's like 30 feet from you.
I'm not gonna run at him. I'm just gonna put my hands up like stop running.
Yeah, he sort of just he stands there.
Wait, so if he dispelled all magic, his illusion's gone too, right?
Choose one magical effect.
I see.
Ah, so my project image is still up. Well, I'm running after him. I'm sure Riley's a little bit far behind at this point.
A little bit, yeah. You've been following the dragon, not following the footsteps.
Right.
Dragon's fast, but you're not quite as fast as a flying dragon. Yeah, but using the dragon as like a benchmark, you can roughly tell what the direction of Mondo is. Yeah, Zero, you're currently first on the scene.
How far away is he?
Like 30 feet.
Can I Misty step to him?
If you want to.
I would like to, yeah.
You just misty step 5 feet in front of him. He sort of just backs up a little bit.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna stand there and wait. I'll even take off my hood so he can see it's me.
Okay. You see the sort of pack on his back sort of like pulse like a little bit again. But as you take the hood off and show your face, he still just stands there. Now 5 feet from you. Hi.
Hi, Mondo.
What are you doing here?
Where's the dragon at this point? I need somebody to come grab him.
Like pretty much above him, more or less.
Look, we had something we wanted to show you that we thought you would be a better expert at than we would, okay?
Oh, that okay. Oh, well, I mean, I can try it. I can try to help. I mean, I wish I knew that before, but okay.
Am I able to teleport to the dragon, like with my teleportation home?
If you know the arcane circle, but I think you could spend like something like 10 minutes studying if you're a wizard, but sure. If you had like 3 nights in that thing, so probably.
because I could teleport into the dragon, but my chances of actually getting there are still the normal amount, right? Because I don't have a piece of something.
No, because it's the teleportation circle pretty much is like a permanent fixture. You just teleport straight to the circle, no risk.
I know, but you're saying I don't know that I would have the teleportation circle memorized. Is what I'm saying.
You would at this point if you've spent 3 nights in the dragon and that's what you want to do, like spend like 10 minutes studying it, then you probably could.
Okay, yeah.
Teleport aboard to the dragon.
I'm just gonna ask him. So is that a yes?
Well, I mean, well, I guess you're already here, so I suppose so.
Okay, I'm gonna drop my hand on his shoulder and just teleport us to the dragon.
Yeah, you put your hand on your shoulder and the your hand sort of sinks through the illusion a little bit as it touches his shoulder, like below the illusion. You teleport above the sand layer into the relative safety of the dragon. Yeah, as you're now on the top floor, you sort of lead Polaris downwards, down the spiral staircase and onto the bottom foyer where I'm imagining everyone is at this point.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, as you all begin to gather, you see Mondo, just same as always. Oh, well, hi. Nice to see you all again.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah,
The last
yeah,
time
it
was
has.
like,
Yeah.
like over a year ago in the dream.
Yeah, when you asked me about the thing, yeah. So what do I? Hi. What do you need? What do you need?
We have something we think you might want to look at. And I show
Well,
him the thing.
you show him the construct. You sort of just march the thing out, all fours, like 2 stumpy stick-like legs. No hands you can see, but just like very thin limbs with like a. It's where like the shoulder or torso would be, just the central orb that rotates. Mono sort of just looks at it, sort of circles it a little bit, just looks it up and down. Where did you find this?
These things are just like around. Also, it's a little bit of a long story. I don't know how much you want to hear if you just want to dig into it, but we almost kind of want you to break this thing.
Well, I think. Well, I mean, I don't think you need my skills to break something. I can.
Can we do a group huddle? How much are we telling Mondo? Do we just want to like? I'm kind of like at this point in time. Like we just gotta start laying stuff out to people. Either they're on board or they're not.
I feel like we've told Merrick a lot. We've tried to tell Claudine a lot. I don't see why not. Just give
Okay,
him
I'll
some
just
more information.
catch
to work
Mondo
with.
up to speed then of like where I found this, the moon's fake, all that type of stuff.
Moon landing is fake. Yeah, I mean, if you catch him up to speed, he's just sort of listening there. Yeah, if you tell him the sort of like commune full of these constructs up in Thane, like high-ish in the mountains, just north of the field of broken glass. I sort of feel listening here. He sat down on the steps, just listening to your story, more or less. A story you've told to several people several times. Not all of them have believed you. Some have. But he's sort of just listening to all of it. Okay. You all have been seem pretty busy. So you met everybody else. Okay, that's good. It's nice to hear that they're doing okay. So what do you so okay, so constructs, advanced constructs. I know a little bit. I mean, I can try. What exactly do you want me to do?
So I think what we want is that we used to have a broken one of these that we called Air. He wasn't like a full fledged thing, but he could like something was when we found him. He was already in a state that was broken, but in a way that allowed him to feel like the spectrum of like human emotion and experiences in a way that these constructs can't. I think we need to recreate that somehow.
Basically, I think it was that the one that we had previously was free from whatever this one is, kind of structured in some sort of order by some central server.
Well, I mean, constructs by nature, at least as we understand them, don't really have a whole lot of autonomy. Like golems and other magical constructs. They don't make decisions. They follow orders as best they can. And from what you described, these constructs aren't very magical either. Just he's looking over it. Mostly, if not entirely mechanical and physical. So I can try to poke around, but without knowing the exact conditions that this first error what was found in, or what caused it. It'll be hard to attempt to replicate.
Well, we don't have Error anymore, and I don't think he's in a state that we could get that back. But you're like the best person we know, so I figured if anyone could do it, it's probably you.
Well, I can try to just tinker and see what I can find out.
I think it's what we need.
Okay. Do you have a room? I can just sit down and lay this thing in. Does it follow commands?
Yep, it follows commands, and then Jana will just lead him into her room.
Okay. Yeah, you lead Mondo in. Is everyone following and watching, or is leaving him to it?
Riley is still on the ground.
I think just leave
I'll
him to
ask
it.
if he needs assistance.
Are you trained in like mechanisms or?
Mostly magical mechanisms, but I'm a quick learner.
Well, if like this thing's pretty advanced. I don't know if it's best to just keep it simple for now. Maybe I'll ask for later.
Okay.
Yeah, right, still on the ground. You're just wading through the snow and the sand.
At some point, he'll realize something's not right, and he'll snap back.
Okay. Yeah, but you snap back, and you see Mono being led upstairs to Jana's room with the construct in tow.
Oh, good, that's happening. All right, cool. Mission accomplished. And he'll dispel project image.
Okay. What the fuck rolls on you make Mondo have? Hello?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I missed the last thing.
Oh, Riley's just back now.
Yeah, probably just back, and I'm just... Mondo's about to make a roll, I guess. Oh, that's not good at all. Yeah, as Mondo begins to just take it apart a little bit. Yeah, as for those who are watching, he begins to just disassemble like each piece of this thing. The actual limbs and body parts of the actual construct itself outside of the orb fall apart, kind of like a doll's. Each individual piece just links to another, kept together by some force. But the central orb is eventually what Mondo focuses on, and it seems to be the most important part of this construct, as it begins to just peel away some plates, revealing the inners. And the inners looks, you've seen like the ports and stuff on the one side of it, like things that would go, like could be injected inside or like placed inside. Never seen the, outside of shattering one open, you never seen the complete internals of these things before. And inside is a mess of like almost zero space left of just wires and metal plates and gears and like all these other sorts of mechanical doodads that take up almost 100% of the space of this orb. It is intricate, and it is like it feels like moving one piece would completely disassemble the entire thing and cause it to cease functioning. And Mondo begins trying to pick through this, trying to figure out what's going on. I can say with pretty good certainty I haven't seen much of this before. I can try to just take if this original error was broken, I can start taking stuff out.
I think I just trust your judgment, Mondo. I don't have any more knowledge than you do at this point. Probably have less than you do.
Does anything look like it's inhibiting its thinking capacity?
Oh, if it is, I don't really know what that looks like. It's certainly more advanced. I mean, if everything's, it seems most constructs have some sort of magical element to it. This adds some autonomy, not much, like the ability to understand simple instructions, things like that. You won't find many constructs that are outside of toys that are entirely mechanical. And this is if there's something magical in here, I don't know what that would be. It seems entirely just gears and tubes and wires. It may take me some time.
Yeah, so I think I'm willing to give Mondo like a couple days to like work on this, if it means we're not just pulling stuff out at random.
Also, Mondo, if there's anything like supplies or tools you need to help you do this faster or more efficiently, just let me know. I'll get you whatever you need.
And in case you haven't noticed, we're on a dragon. So wherever you were going, we can get you there.
Wherever I was, I'll get there on my own. It's okay.
It's a fucking song from Beauty and the Beast. Be our guest, be our guest, be our guest. Sorry.
A little more all the just miscellaneous objects start singing.
Yeah.
Yeah. they
all the
all
stuff you
become
pick
sentient.
up. All the stuff you pick up in Skyrim that's never useful.
Trying to show him hospitality.
You can have go into the Magnificent Mansion and all the Merrics start singing it.
Oh god. Merrick would murder you if he was there. Yeah. Over the next couple of days, if you're allowing him that time, Mono will attempt to root through this Watcher unit to see how it ticks, how it functions. Geez, why the hell am I rolling? Okay. Uh, yeah, and over the next 3 days, he spends working on this. Where is Polaris going to stay in place for now, or where's Polaris going, if anywhere?
Should probably just stay where we are. He doesn't want to ride.
Okay. Yeah, and over the next couple of days, Mondo spends just rooting it apart, and over the next couple of days, he meticulously, literally takes apart every single piece of this thing, and there's some pieces that are damn near microscopic. Like some tiny little like gear or wheel that is like barely the size of like a third of your fingernail. Like it is tiny, and it's become like I take out the big parts and the big parts disassemble the small parts, and yeah, because because he's doing the Janus room, almost the entirety of the floor of Janus room is just laid in organized parts, and he's just very particularly tiptoeing through certain sections. He designated one area as a workspace, and the rest is just storage for all the parts of this thing. At some point, the watch unit's light has dimmed. Like it just stopped functioning. Like whatever part he pulled out has made it just whatever light. The light in its eyes has stopped. Like it's gone. I'm not sure whether it'll come back or if he can put it back together at all. But yeah, if you see Mono just taking everything apart, just making sure how this thing works, he has no idea. But he's taking meticulous notes. Over the next 3 days, that's what he spends doing. Yeah, you guys can discuss or converse as you wish. Otherwise, I'll continue.
Well, this is like White Plains, you said, right? It's like salt.
Yes.
Well, may as well get a lay of the land. Riley's gonna scout a little bit with Tempest Retort and see if it responds to anything.
Yeah, as you hold out the sword, just sort of trying to take in the nature of feeling the wind blast in your face, taking the very salty, sort of like nostril stinging scent. No reaction.
No saltfish. Yet. He'll return to the dragon.
Okay. All right. Anything else to do over the next couple days?
Cook some more fish. Make sure they don't go spoil.
Jana craves that mineral. We'll just go for a walk.
I thought you were going to get on your knees and lick the floor for the salt.
No, she's just like up, like just standing on a mountain, 90 degrees.
It's like 87 degrees this angle on this mountain. I can climb that.
She
Yeah, 'cause he was
craves
fine.
that mineral.
Just made Jana perched on a cliff face. Yeah.
I think during those days I was I would like to copy the scroll of gravity fissure.
Okay. Sure. Let me. I should have had this prepared, but I forgot about it. Let's see here. Yeah, you begin to copy the spell down, and it features runes that look like the pre-genesis of modern day arcane ruins, like oh shit. The Fisher. Yeah, like it looks old, and you know the thing you had said it was kind of old and strange, but like the actual writings of the scroll itself are not esoteric, but just not common, and like they've advanced far beyond what this scroll is now. And like this Guard Future scroll seems not just Future, not just cast a spell, but like fundamentally take one part of a reality, like the dimension of gravity, and just bend it to its will. I'll find the rest later, actually, but remind me at the end.
Okay, sounds good.
the next couple days, Mondo takes apart pretty much the entirety of this sphere, and he sleeps in the room. Doesn't really just leave unless someone goes in and talks to him. But he just spends all that time just tinkering away. And as in organized piles, eventually walks out. I think maybe I kind of maybe. I don't know if I can put it back together, but I may have found what's the cause, maybe.
Oh, do tell.
Come here. As he leads all of you into Jan's room, and as you all see, the messes of parts, the tiny little micro pieces of the interior of what makes up a single one of these orbs. Despite how, just basketball sized this thing is, just a normal sphere, the internals are incredibly intricate. As you talk about every single piece, the lenses are in different pieces as well. And you see, they are kind of like a camera aperture, they focus and stuff. Everything is laid bare about the internals of this end. He holds up this tiny little, almost like cylinder-shaped piece. It's only like 2 inches, 3 inches wide, or long. Sorry. I think this is the pin, the crux of everything. That this is, well, I think is the closest to a little tiny a brain that I can. It's the closest approximation, at least. It kind of just hard to explain. It's I guess it's responsible for giving instructions, and it organizes these instructions based on priority, and then all these other complicated measures and stuff. But they follow instructions. They're good at following instructions. Without them, it's just a blank a cylinder. But the thing is, I think these cylinders can be these artificial brains can be overwritten or changed in some way, almost like a feedback loop. If you change it in a certain way, it'll never go back to normal. It fundamentally changed itself, and maybe that's what happened with this error. So something happened to it to cause this tiny little piece to overwrite itself with seemingly emotion. Before, it's just this blank slate waiting instructions. But given some time, maybe can, or certain circumstances, they can choose to write on its own. If that makes sense.
The question is, how do we change it?
Oh, that is the question. I don't know. I've tried, but look, while it was operating a little bit, I could see it sort of just kind of like tiny little letters or symbols or something just all across it, and then once I took it out, it became blank.
Well, let's recall. We found error on Polaris in the cave. Was it the cave? Well, it had to have been the cave that we picked him up in. But Merrick actually found error in the shower. So... maybe something happened with the unit when Polaris was made. Maybe the magic tampered with it somehow.
Maybe, but it's well, whatever the case, this little cylindrical brain can't even begin to do anything without the instruction to make instructions. A loop that feeds into itself, the ability to learn. It's a piece of paper without a story. You just need to give it a pen. I don't know how to do that, but it's in theory, possible.
Riley, I think you're onto something.
What if we give it some aquamarine?
I was thinking the same thing.
I hate that idea so much, but it feels like the right thing to
Because
do.
it's like pure magic, right? And I think we need this thing to have magic. I think you're spot on. Of like, this. I didn't think about this because this was inside Polaris before we turned it into a magic flying house. Like, this was in its belly, right? And then it got turned into a. Then we'd use the thing on it.
If not its belly, then somewhere in the ice that
Right.
was used to create the house.
Right.
So it probably was tampered with magically, and that's what caused Error to behave that way.
No, it's funny you mentioned that because these. Oh, I'm sure. I think I've said these constructs are entirely unmagical. This is entirely mundane. This I don't know what this is made out of, but it is clearly advanced and well. This I don't know. I tried to detect magic. It's not pinging anything. So maybe magic maybe has some unforeseen consequence to it.
Let's try. I mean, we're here. Like, this is our only shot at doing this. Like, we're not taking the scene apart another time, you know?
I'll hand Mondo a vial of aquamarine.
Alright, so you want me to just pour it directly onto this piece?
Or maybe where its port was.
Well, I have to put it back together. That port, I think, is just some sort of intake. It feeds through most of the construct itself.
Well,
Yeah,
if there's anything we can do to put this thing back together faster, then probably make it a team effort.
I think
Well,
we just,
I
if this
don't
is the
know.
piece that we need, I think we just put it directly on this thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to suggest the same thing. It may jumpstart the process, or it might blow up. In which case, everything I put disassembled is just metal now.
I mean, we're here. I think this is our one shot at doing this. It feels right. I say we just do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I give it to Mondo.
Okay, this is aquamarine or just arcanium?
It's aquamarine.
Okay, so it's
Oh, wait.
diluted.
So it's diluted. Yeah.
Well, there's still magic in there.
Okay.
Well, some. Yeah.
I still have more, too, but I give him one vial for now.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is new ground, so I don't know how this is gonna work or how much vials I'm gonna need. Maybe just one, maybe half of one, maybe 10. Who knows? Well, okay. He puts it on the ground just in case it blows up in his hands, and he slowly pours a vial of arcanium on it with like a very steady chemist's hand, almost just like it's a constant pour. And you can see what he means by like lettering and symbols, because this smooth sort of just silver black cylinder, as the arcanum hits it, you can see it almost like bumps out, like it shifts, like it's almost liquid in some way. Like the surface is almost like a ferrofluid, and it morphs in different shapes, and it's just begin to like have like this like very concentric symmetrical pattern sort of just radiate around from it as it begins to just sort of have a lot of these symbols sort of just like almost like matrix style just crawl across its surface. Someone roll a d100 for me.
Not I.
Can I do it?
Sure.
Of course.
Who's the luckiest?
Not I.
I don't think that's good.
It's either really good or really bad.
Okay. As he pours the entire vial of arcanium onto it, it doesn't absorb, but as the liquid sort of makes its way down the cylinder and it hits the ground, it stops being this blue liquid and it just turns into water. Whatever the glow is has retained inside of the cylinder itself, like a sponge in some way, like filtering out the magic and just leaving the waste. The cylinder begins to glow very blue, very bright blue, like not blinding, but certainly unpleasant to look at. Chris, roll another D100 for me. Okay, the cylinder doesn't explode, barely, as the glow begins to die down, as you can now see the lettering begin to just crawl across it, but then eventually the glow fades as the cylinder returns to a smooth little cylinder again, almost where it was before. Mondo sort of, who was like kind of shielding his face before. Did it work? I mean,
I don't have detect magic, so I wouldn't know.
It didn't blow up. That's good. That's good. Progress. Well, if it's, I don't know if we should try again or just trust that worked.
Let's try rebuilding it, and then if it has no change from before, we can try again. Because something happened.
Yeah, it filtered something out. Oh, okay. I mean, it'll take me a couple of hours to try to put it back together. I kept notes. I can try to reverse the process.
If you need help, just holler.
Maybe the later, because the parts I'll need to start with are a little sensitive and fragile.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'll try to put it back together, and then we'll see where we're going. Okay, and let me roll for him again. Okay. The day wears on. As Mondo just closes the door, you can just hear the sound of his tool just hitting against metal against metal, just stuff being placed, stuff being picked up. The day wears on into the evening. Any discussions? Okay.
I guess the first thing would be, like, so assume this actually works, then what?
What if we used Arcanium to corrupt the central server?
Right, if this works, we learn something. What we do with that, we'll figure out later. But I think we need to, this is step one.
That is true! Riley will roast another fish.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Magical blue flames.
Well, just in the kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, the kitchen produces magical blue flames.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but as the night is beginning to creep in, the darkness begins to settle around you. Just the sound of buffeting wind and the little grains of whatever, the sand, the salt just hitting the sides of the window. And just these eternal skittering of the wind around you. Eventually Mondo just comes out, a little sweaty. He's removed some articles of clothing at this point. As he just goes, well, okay, I think maybe I think I put it together. Not the limbs, but the main part.
Let's go see it.
Okay. Yeah, as you just walk in, you see this error-looking ball with a light still glowing, and it is sort of sitting there. It's on. Everything's in its place.
Watcher units, respond.
Yeah, he sort of just looks at you.
I'll say, order connect to central server.
And he sort of just looks at you. It just rotates, spins almost to just look at you.
Janice is gonna ask, "Hey, how you doing, bud? How you feeling?" And like kind of like pet its head.
You. So what was that last part?
I want to pet its head while asking
You pet
it
its
how
head.
it's doing.
You ask it how it's doing, and as you do that and you pet its head, it sort of just looks at your hand, and then looks at your arm, and then just looks around. And it's just sort of just spinning in place looking at things.
This is more than we had before, right? With this thing?
Yes. Before, it would not do anything that you did not tell it to do.
Jana's gonna ask it, "Can you talk at all?"
The orb just begins to still rotate, just looking at things. It begins to roll around a little bit. Oh, well, I think it's okay. It's online. That's good.
This is behavior very similar to what Error was like.
Maybe we should give it another dose and see if it progresses in. Well,
hold on. Let it learn.
Yeah.
Let it learn first.
Let's see.
This seems to be the learning process. And it doesn't care that it's lacking the rest of its body at present, so that's a positive.
Yeah. The orb begins to just roll out of the room. And once it enters the next room, it begins to look around. Just, despite its move around freedom necessarily, it does still move in like a very mechanical way. Like whenever it looks around, it doesn't just rotates freely. It sort of spins in a very
kind of stinted, like very.
Yeah.
It's like
very
a
mechanical
like
way.
a JRPG protagonist turning.
Kinda, yeah. Like
Or not
it's
NPC
yeah,
rather.
yeah. It's like someone just hit right, like right the camera stick all the way to the left, and it's just rotating at a very like a constant speed, and then it rotates. It moves to another spot, rotates at another constant speed, like a lighthouse.
Okay.
And it's just rolling around, looking at things currently. Hasn't responded. Hasn't done anything necessarily. It's just rolling and looking.
Well, Mondo, we appear to have given it some autonomy, which is kind of what we wanted. This is a good find.
Let's like give it an hour, just to like acclimate to the world, and if we don't feel like it's progressed anything past that, then maybe let's try and give it another dose. Does that seem right?
Seems fair to me.
yep, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. As the night wears on, it doesn't seem to get to its old body currently. It is just in its spherical form rolling around. Where's Zero in all this? Are you watching this as well, or?
I mean, there's nothing really I can contribute, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as you all just watch it rolling around, and it's like a new dog. It is just like looking around, acclimating to its surroundings, and it goes upstairs using this weird like unnaturally like a sticky marble. It just like rolls up. It goes up and it looks up in the room, the teleportation room, and everything. What'd you do?
Can I use one of the charges from Truthseer to try to get information about this thing? Like, I know it'll be limited probably because it's just to like what Lena knows, but can I try?
You can try.
What kind of check do you want me to make?
Make a depends on what information you want. Do you want like the history of these things and what Alena knows, or do you want like nitty gritty details, which are a little sparser?
I don't know either of those doesn't really sound like what I'm looking for. I'm just looking to see if I can kind of answer the questions they're asking and like figure out like what to do next if possible or something. Like if there's, I don't know, something like that.
You can try, but like just judging from like what Zal, and like more or less the reactions from anything that knows what these things are, the behavior of these constructs and is already strange. Like you are currently charting new territory. Like this apparently has never been had. This never happened before.
Okay.
Yeah, so like at this point, you would probably know more about what's going on than Elena.
Yeah.
Yeah, but next hour, it rolls around and looks at things.
Does it retread old ground, or does it exclusively look at new things?
It attempts to try to look at the newest things it can.
Okay.
Like it goes to the kitchen and like it explores every corner of the kitchen, then it leaves, explores the foyer, goes to the dining room, explores every nook and cranny under the tide table and everything.
Well, it's still gathering information. Do we give it the next push?
I think so.
Yeah. Mondo, I hate to ask you this. Can you take it apart again? Or do you think we can just put it in the slot this time?
Well, the slot is like it's like an intake, a pipe in a way. I think it should feed directly. Though I don't know the efficacy.
Yeah, we can try it.
Okay. He takes a vial of arcanium from you, whoever has Chris, as he begins to slowly siphon it into the input part of this robotic construct. Who wants to roll D100?
Should we change, or should we still leave it to Chris?
Yeah.
I can do it again.
All right, go for it.
I really don't have a sense of what's good or bad here.
Okay. Yeah, or Mondo pours in the arcanium, or aquamarine, same thing. It's dilute, and the water does get spurted out with some sort of like output. And take like a sink almost, as it just begins to just eject whatever the contents are. But pure magical aquamarine goes in, and just water comes out. So something is being absorbed at least. You all see the blue light in the center of its glass eye begin to surge blue for a little bit as that's happening. Mondo sort of puts on the ground. Yeah, it begins rolling, looking at things. What are you doing?
There's 4 more vials.
Let's try again.
I'm prepared to use them all.
Can Janice ask her first, like, how are you feeling? See if any response to anything.
Jenna, roll a D100 for me.
That's either really good or really bad.
No.
What do you ask?
Just like how you doing? How you feeling?
In a grating sound that really sounds like it shouldn't be coming out of this thing. Feel. Is all you hear.
Yeah, this might be scary to you right now. When you, in your own time, try and say some words to us. I'm Jana.
Jana, in a very like text to speech tone.
Do you think this is like AI and we literally have to feed it like we're in a state where we have to feed it everything?
That would be interesting.
Like it's a completely clean slate right now. I don't think we need to add anything more right now. I think we won.
Let's see how it plays out.
Do you want to explore the space?
Space.
I think we're not quite at error level yet.
This is kind of how Era was talking, though. You to say one word. Just give it a minute, Chris.
So is my job done?
I think if you put everything back together, I think you can be done, because I think we learned what we need to do. We're gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna speak to the construct because its limbs are still off, right?
Yes.
I'm talking to this construct. I'm like, we're gonna put your limbs back on. Is that okay?
Limbs.
In some ways, this is more than air, but like different. It's just different.
Error had a bit more of a personality, I think.
I mean, this thing's brand new. Air didn't have much of a personality when we first got him.
For some reason, it understood fear right away, which is weird.
Fear. I thought it said feeling or feel.
Fear. Well, yeah, it did. It's like repeating words, probably trying to grasp concepts.
But yeah, if Mondo wants to put the limbs back on, I think like Mondo can dip after that. Because we just gotta put magic up its butthole.
Oh, the limbs are actually pretty simple. They stick on. They like magnets. As Mondo just begins to like just grab limbs, start putting them together like the most grotesque like Barbie doll, and just sticks it onto the orb pretty much, and just eventually assembles a full body.
Oh, well, that was easy. Easy. There we go.
Yeah, I think they're sort of designed to disassemble quite quickly.
That makes sense.
I guess all the complicated stuff is in the top part.
It is in the orb, the sphere.
Well, great job, Mondo. Name your price.
I just want to go.
Well, we basically kidnapped you for like a few days. We can't send you home with nothing.
I'll be okay. I can go, right?
All right. Yeah.
You really don't.
Riley's
want
gonna
anything
give
to
him.
go.
Riley's just gonna give him 100 gold. I'm not having you leave here empty-handed. Take your gold and go.
Okay. I mean, okay. All right.
Thank
He
you, Mondo.
just takes the gold, and it was nice Nice seeing you. Nice seeing you all.
Do you not want us to give you a ride to your location?
I'm okay. I know the way.
Where are you headed?
I just some business on my side. Just it's small. It's okay. I'm okay.
I'm gonna respect Mondo's, even though I know we're all really curious. Jana would respect Mondo's boundaries right now and be like, if that is what you want, that is what I will give to you. And Jana will leave Mondo to it. But anyone else can do what they want.
Yep, as curious as I am, I've gotten in trouble for crying a little bit too much. If you wish to keep your business tight-lipped, then not much we can do about it.
Thank you for your services, Mondo.
Oh, it's no trouble. Just yeah. Nice seeing you all.
Well, we'll probably come harass you again at some other point, so farewell until then.
Okay. Okay. Goodbye. As Mono begins to just gather up his stuff and just begins to put on the cloak and just hood up. Begins to walk out of the.
Oh shit! Can we give Mondo a sending? Can we get another sending stone? Can we get him in the group chat?
I don't think he would want that.
No. God damn.
No.
Fuck this guy.
Fine. I'll send, however, to I'll use the Sown to send to Claudine. Mondo is seeming well these days. As enigmatic as ever, but he helped us out, so it's all good.
He's alive at least.
Yeah, Claudine responds. Well, at least he's breathing. This is a good sign. Thanks for checking in on him.
And I'll pass the same message over to Merrick.
Yeah, Merrick just responded very short, brief. Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Yeah, as Mondo's descending the steps, Zero, are you doing anything?
Nope.
Okay. Mondo descends the steps out into the desert, and after a minute of walking, not within eyeshot anymore, just disappearing somewhere east of wherever he's going. But you are currently in possession of a new, strange robot, fully disassembled by Mondo with some pretty fucking lucky rolls, and then put back together, and seemingly has changed something with some brief insight on how these things function, at least internally. The basis building blocks of creating a new era are possibly underway. And another corner reestablished. That is where we'll end tonight.
Good stuff. We learned a lot today.
Yep, shared our individual adventures.
Nicodoxian. The father of all tieflings. That's so fucking weird. Never would have guessed that, or would I? Hold on, let me read those notes again. Where are those notes? Something... First fire. Where's Nico?
It would have been in Cilia.
Silnia.
Library. Four Faces of the First Fire.
That's the one. Through Vril. The mad wizard who experimented on many blah 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 enchantment blah 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 blah. Through tablets, iron baubles that through archaic and inefficient means alter the state of one's mind. Many of these tablets, rocky crags, blah 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 blah.
XP.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
XP.
right. We use
That is a
EXP.
thing.
We didn't get
a
any
shame.
for our one shots.
No. You did not.
That would have been unfair.
This ease of tracking. What level you guys are right now? You guys just leveled up like last time.
Pretty
you guys
sure we
played, right?
just hit 18. Yeah,
I'll
something.
give you guys. I'll give you guys a cool 3,000.
Yeah. 271150.